crystal edge, measuring the leap you take. Love letters in your junk folder, still trying to rearrange you. Persuasion in a lab coat, informative, kind of glowing. Here's a future you could live. Hey, if you let it in your bloodstream, all communication is hypnosis. Every sentence swings a line. You can call it love or persuasion. Both are reaching in the night. All communication is hypnosis. From a whisper to a shout, I'm just choosing brighter colors for the pink.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail.
In your doubt. What if this is the opera and your breath is the overture? Every thought in your orbit singing, you're something new. All communication is hypnosis. Every sentence swings a light. You can call it love or persuasion. Both are reaching in the night. All communication.
Hey everyone, and welcome to Democracy on Ice. I'm John Kay, and I'm only.
I'll keep casting tiny futures where you rise, and you are where.
Watermelon, rainbow, morning. Watermelon, rainbow. Watermelon, rainbow. Watermelon, rainbow. Watermelon, rainbow. We can do that. Watermelon, rainbow. You little orange. Morning.
Chicago is 10 minutes.
Catching neon futures. Catching neon futures. Catching neon futures. Living in orange. Living in Chicago.
Is Kenton Dennett?
The greatest story in town is the rest of the produced this. And takes back his lens. He turns to look below. Lowers and raises the lens and makes a hump.
Bravo.
Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law.
In Chicago.
Love is the law. Love under will.
He lowers the lens.
Evening, Chicago.
Takes the lens in the right hand and the left hand in the left hand. She offers the patent. The priest
How did I say? Chicago.
He takes the host with the
Hey, Chicago.
makes with it on the patent and consumes it. Silence the priest's mistakes, uncovers and offers the cup as before.
And we're climbing.
Come back to the
For Chicago.
Beyond all I am, who has no nature and no name, who art alone but thou art God, thou center and secret of the sun, thou
Thanks. Evening, folks. Let's talk.
As it
to me.
Rises, turns, shows the cup to the people, turns, replaces the cup, and adores music. For this is the covenant of resurrection. He makes the 5 crosses on the priestess. Accept, O Lord, this sacrifice of life and joy, true warrants of the covenant of resurrection. The priest offers the lance to the priestess, who kisses it. He then touches her between the breasts and upon the body. He then flings out his arms upward as comprehending the whole shrine. Let this offering be borne upon the waves of aether to our Lord, and Father the Son that travelleth over the heavens in his name on. He closes his hands, kisses the priestess between the breasts, and makes 3 great crosses over the paten, the cup, and himself. He strikes his breast. All repeat this action. Hear ye all, saints of the true church of old time, now essentially present, that of ye we claim heirship, with ye we claim communion, from ye we claim benediction in the name of
Hey, what up? How you doing?
What was that?
How are you doing?
Good. I'm tired. I've been working all day. What are you up to?
I'm uploading videos to YouTube.
You're what?
Uploading videos to YouTube.
Okay. So I've been involved in a couple So I've gotten involved in several different companies, and one is specifically Nova Echo, and Pam Bondi's used it. Ron DeSantis has used it. A lot of, I would say mainly like South Florida people have used it in their campaigns. Was just wondering if that's something that you might be interested in.
No, not for me. I mean, I'm out of the congressional campaign. But for the mayoral, I mean, I'm not going to do any kind of call center type stuff. But it is a very cool product.
No, but it can also be for congressional campaigns too. It's basically, so it's out of the UAE. It's based in Dubai. Just got off another call with them. And so they're essentially like the most advanced like voice AI platform. And they will integrate with like any CRM system, and they will literally, I can give you the number and you can test it out, and they will basically mimic your voice and call people and say like, you can basically tell them to say whatever you want. Like they can say like, have you registered to vote? Are you registering to vote for this person? Like, are you voting, liberal or Democrat, Republican? Like what's your political situation? And it's a generative AI company, and it's actually really interesting.
Yeah, it is really interesting. I've worked in direct response marketing for a lot of years, so I see the value, and I know a couple like pay-per-call advertising networks. I have to dig through my notes, but I think it's called
it's not a pay-per-call thing. You can customize it, and there's like a lot of different plans.
Well, what I'm
And
saying.
also, if you want to get in on this, right now there's like 4 people that are in on this, and I mean, you can get some of the overhead, and if you want to pass along to other people, like you can charge whatever you want, and then just take the overhead.
Yeah, it's cool. Let me talk to my friend in Los Angeles who works in this space and show it to him and see what he says. 'Cause
Okay.
he might know some.
And then I have, let's see, sorry, I just got home. Like I said, I'm opening up my email. I believe they sent me a 1-pager that I can forward to you. My head. Yeah, I should have this 1-pager within like the next hour or so, and then I'll just forward it to you.
Okay, cool. Sounds good.
But yeah, one of the guys lives in Beverly Hills. One of the guys lives in Dubai. Another guy lives in Boca. Another guy lives in Houston, and then they're like, I'm basically on board now too.
What was the other
But
company?
they're making like a shit ton of money.
Yeah, I bet it seems pretty dope. I want to test it out.
Yeah, I'll send you the number.
Okay, sounds good. Well, have a good evening. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, sounds good. Have a good night.
Okay, take care. Bye.
So we're discovering that data center machines are draining lakes and rivers and maybe soon the ocean. But one thing for sure, 2 things for certain, humans need water to drink. So
The principles. The deacon. Mysterious energy, triform, mysterious matter, in 4-fold and 7-fold division. The interplay of which things weave the dance of the veil of life upon the face of the spirit. Let there be harmony and beauty in your mystic loves. That in us may be health and wealth and strength and divine pleasure according to the law of liberty. Let each pursue his will as a strong man that rejoiceth in his way, as the course of a star that blazeth forever among the joyous company of heaven. The people. So won't it be. So won't it be. The people. The deacon, be the hour auspicious and the gate of life open in peace and in well-being, so that she that beareth children may rejoice, and the babe catch life with both hands. So mote it be. The people. So mote it be. So mote it be. So mote it Siddhartha and Krishna and Tahuti, Moshe, Dionysus, Mohammedan to Megatherium. With these also Hermes, Pan, Priapus, Osiris and Melchizedek, Chem and the Moon and Mentu, Heracles, Orpheus and Odysseus with Vigilius, Catullus, Martialis, Rabelais, Swinburne, and many an holy bard, Apollonius, Tianius, Simon Magus, Manes, Pythagoras, Basilides, Valentinus, Bardesigns, and Hippolytus, that transmitted the light of the Gnosis to us, their successors and their heirs, with Merlin, Arthur, Cameret, Parzival, and many another. Priya and Emporio VII fed, priest and king that bore the lance and cup, the sword and disc against the heathen. And these also Carolus Magnus and his paladins, with William of Shiren, Frederick of Hohenstaufen, Roger Bacon, Jacobus Burgundus, Molensis the martyr, Christian Rosenkreutz, Ulrich von Hutten, Paracelsus, Michael Mayer, Roderick Borgia Poi, Alexander VI, Jacob Boheme, Francis Bacon, Lord Verlam, Andrea, Robertus de Fructibus, Johannes D, Sir Edward Kelly, Thomas Mann, Elias Ashmole Molinos, Adam Wiesel, Wolfgang van Gogh, Ludovicus, Rex Bavaria, Richard Wagner, Alphonse Louis Constant, Frederick Nietzsche, Hargrave Jennings, Carl Kellner, Forlong Dux, Sir Richard Payne-Knight, Paul Gauguin, Sir Richard Francis Burton, Dr. Gerard Nkossi, Dr. Theodorus, and Sylvester Crowley, sons of the Lion and the Snake. With all thy saints we worthily commemorate them, worthy that were and are to come. May their essence be held present, potent, puissant, and paternal to perfect this feast.
But to love me is better than all things. If under the night stars in the desert thou presently burnest mine incense before me, invoking me with a pure heart, and a serpent flame therein, thou shalt come a little to lie in my bosom. For one kiss wilt thou then be willing to give all. But whoso gives one particle of dust shall lose all in that hour. Ye shall gather goods and store of women and spices. Ye shall wear rich jewels. Ye shall exceed the nations of the earth in splendor and pride. But always in the love of me, and so shall ye come to my joy. I charge you earnestly to come before me in a single robe and covered with a rich headdress. I love you. I yearn to you. Pale purple bells voluptuous. Pleasure and purple and drunkenness of the animal sense. Desire you. Put on the wings and rose and coiled splendor and true. Come to me.
La parada del bus, la señora con su cruz me pregunta, ¿y este tal yo de verdad piensa en los blues? El chaval con su café, 3 trabajos, poco pie, dice, quiero a alguien que al fin se parezca un poco a mí. Yo para el mayor de Chicago, para los botes, para el barrio, para las personas de las pipos que nunca salen en los libros. Yo para el mayor de Chicago, la voz del norte y del lado sur, para la familia en el lago que sueña un futuro azul.
Working on it for years.
En la esquina del tianguis, la abuelita haciendo tamiz dice, quiero
Sí.
ver la luz en la escuela de mi Luis. Taxi lleno, tráfico,
That's Sammy. How
un
are you,
suspiro
bro?
cínico. Si votamos esta vez, cambiará lo que John para el mayor de Chicago, para los voters, para el barrio, para las personas de las pipos, pagando cuentas con sus ritmos. John para el mayor de Chicago, la voz del norte y del lado sur, para la familia en el lago que sueña un futuro azul. No queremos santo ni actor, solo alguien que escuche el dolor del techo que gotea en invierno, del miedo a perder el empleo. Para el mayor de Chicago, para los botes, para el barrio, para las personas de las tipos, bailando en la línea del mínimo. Yo para el mayor de Chicago, la voz del norte y del lado sur, para la familia en el lago que sueña un futuro azul.
Chicago.
En la parada del bus, la señora con su cruz me pregunta, ¿y este tal John de verdad piensa en los blues? El chaval con su café, 3 trabajos, poco pie, dice, quiero a alguien que al fin se parezca un poco a mí. John para el mayor de Chicago, para los botes, para el barrio, para las personas de las peoples que nunca salen en los libros. sueños. Yo para el mayor de Chicago, la voz del norte y del lado sur, para la familia del lago que sueña un futuro azul. En la esquina del tianguis, la abuelita haciendo tamiz dice: quiero ver la luz en la escuela de mi niñez. Taxi lleno, tráfico, un suspiro cínico. Si votamos esta vez, cambiará lo que se ve. Dímelo. John Mayor de Chicago, para los botes, para el barrio, para las personas de las picos, pagando cuentas con sus ritmos. John Mayor de Chicago, la voz del norte y del lado sur, para la familia del lago que sueña un futuro azul. Sí. No queremos santo ni actor, solo alguien que escuche el olor del techo que odea limpiar, del miedo a perderte.
Good evening, Chicago's.
De Chicago, para los botes, para el barrio, para las personas de las people, bailando en la línea del mínimo. Yo para el mayor de Chicago, la voz del norte y del lado sur, para la familia del lago que sueña un futuro. So thank you for joining. Salt on my lips, quiet laughs overload.
Tonight, I'm ordering.
You trace a map on my wrist, like you've been here the whole time. Lantern sway slow, your hair caught a little sunlight.
Neighbors, today we get
From somebody's window glow.
neighbors.
In the
Today
middle
we gather in the heart of Chicago.
under this moon, in our hidden cold, breathing you in like a secret told.
Neighbors.
Every small touch feels
Chicago.
We're here to remind ourselves what makes this city more than freaking Chicago. Only your heartbeat calling me back again. Chicago.
Chicago mayoral race candidate John Kitover is rolling out a sweeping plan he says will end crime and strengthen city services. The proposal calls for hiring. Chicago mayoral race candidate John Kitover is.
Band in the corner, spilling their hearts in the shadow.
Chicago
Head on my shoulder.
If we can do that while still fun.
See how it low in the
Chicago! Chicago! When I took That's violent crime.
World getting softer. Every time you laugh out loud. Oh, under this moon, in our head cold, breathing you in like a signal. Every smoke.
Violent crime and those smash and grab robberies are down tonight in Chicago. Violent crime and those smash and grab robberies are down tonight.
I could lose my name. Only your heartbeat calling me back again.
Violent crime.
Good afternoon, Chicago. Good afternoon, Chicago. Today we're taking another step.
Let it cover our tracks. Leave the rest of the world where the shoreline cracks. Just your hand in mine. Just that slow, soft line. If this is all we get, let it stretch all night. Under this moon, in our
The Chicago mayor is all ready.
Good evening, friends, and welcome to Mayor Kitover TV on Ice. Tonight we're gliding through the numbers that shape your household budget. First up, property.
every
Good evening, friends, and welcome to Mayor Kitover TV on Ice.
feels like a spell. Right here, right now, where the warm waves swell. Under this moon, I could lose my day. Only a heartbeat calling me back again.
Good evening, friends.
Good evening, Chicago. I'm John Kitover. I'm running to be your next mayor, and I need your vote on February 23rd. Good evening, Chicago.
Feet on the floor, ground to the sky. Breathe like a tide, rolling, going by. Thoughts coming back, like birds on the wire.
Morning.
The city of Chicago.
And you're watching City Line News on Mayor Kitover TV. Tonight, the mayor lays out what's ahead for property tax and water tax and the garbage tax. We take- And you're watching City Line News on Mayor Kitover TV. Tonight,
I found the middle right here, right hand, left hand, same hand. Inhale the chaos,
and you're watching City Line News on Mayor Kitover TV.
exhale the care. I walk the wire, eyes closed, soft heart, strong stick.
Breaking tonight, Chicago Mayor John Kitover has. Good evening. Day one in office, and Mayor John Kitover is already making. Good evening. Day one in office, and Mayor John Kitover.
Right here. Stolen my chest. Calm in my face.
Someone couldn't tune my guitar.
In this one quiet place.
Wow.
Sun in my bones. Moon in my veins.
10%, and I'm eliminating the water garbage bag tax. Chicago deserves a break, and we're making it real today, and I'm signing it right.
Love and our faith in God. The liberty we treasure, the community we share, the laws we respect, and the peace we pray to keep. Love and our faith. Love.
But you, who have to fight alone, you who have conquered by subtlety, your force. I am the God who giveth all. 20 I ask you to sacrifice. Nothing at mine altar. I am the God who giveth all. 20 wavelengths. Life, love, force,
Bago, it's time.
fantasy, fire.
Bago, it's time to go out.
These do I bring you. Mine hands are full of these. There is joy in the setting out. There is joy in the journey. There is joy in the goal. 20 things. Only if ye are sorrowful, or weary, or angry, or discomforted, then you may know that ye have lost the golden thread. The thread wherewith I guide you to the heart of the roses. My disciples are proud and beautiful. They are strong and swift. They rule their way like mighty conquerors. 25. The weak, the timid, the imperfect, the cowardly, the poor, the tearful. These are mine enemies, and I am come to destroy them. This also is compassion, an end to the sickness of earth, a rooting out of the weeds, a watering of the flowers. 25. Oh, my children, more beautiful than the flowers. Ye must not fade in your season. 28. I love you.
Mayor Kitover TV on Ice. Tonight we're breaking down the big. Good evening, friends, and welcome to Mayor Kitover. Welcome to Mayor Kitover TV on Ice. Tonight we're talking about.
29.
Welcome to Mayor Kitover TV on Ice.
Immortality is no vain hope beyond the grave. I offer you the certain consciousness
Tonight we're talking.
of bliss. 30. I offer it at once on earth before an hour had struck.
pension debt has loomed over. U.S. pension debt has loomed over. Crime and those smash and grab robberies. Crime and those smash and grab robberies.
11 I pour you lust for wine, that giveth you delight over the sunset and the dawn. 12 come with me.
In Chicago, I'm John Kitover with Channel 7 News. We're live downtown tonight where crews are getting ready for the weekend's Lakefront Festival. The city says it's boosting security and... That's the number stamped on my dog tag when I served overseas. Chicago families are being so proud.
I have hidden myself beneath a mask. I am a black and terrible god. 16. With courage conquering fear shall ye approach me. Ye shall lay down your heads upon mine altar, expecting the sweep of the sword.
The Mayor Kitover. Hey folks, welcome back to Mayor Kitover TV, the show where I talk about
City Line News on Mayor Kitover TV tonight.
numbers of the code for tonight's topic, taxes. Numbers of the code for tonight's topic, taxes.
Only those who fear shall fail. Those who have bent their backs to the yoke of slavery, until they can no longer stand upright, them will I despise.
Numbers of
19.
Mayor Kitover TV on Ice. Tonight we're breaking down the morning, the city of Chicago.
You who have conquered
Morning, City of Chicago.
by subtlety or force, you will I take unto me. Even I will take
Morning,
you unto me. 20. I ask you to sacrifice nothing at mine altar. I am the God who giveth
In the name of the Lord of Initiation. Amen. When I fly and I alight as an hawk of mother of emerald are my mighty sweeping wings. 2. I swoop down upon the black earth, and it gladdens into green at my coming. 3 children of earth! Rejoice! Rejoice exceedingly! For your salvation is at hand. The end of sorrow is come. I will ravish you away into mine unutterable joy.
That you haven't won. You have not won anywhere in the world. How does it feel to be a perpetual loser? And you couldn't be weak, the weakest nation landed on the shore, starving, oppressed, didn't have clothes,
You're an
didn't have
expert on this topic, Brad. How does it?
There goes a Canadian too. Fucking geese. I fucking hate Canadians as much as I do. You know what, baby? I tell you what. Come to America. I'll sponsor you. I'll help you through KK. We'll get all the fucking paperwork together, and we will give you the ABs. They can stay in Canada. I'll let Pepe fucking do whatever he wants to up there. He'll take his little league of baseball bat and start cracking heads and let these guys cry, because personally, you don't belong in Canada. That's an insult to fucking men. That twat waffle nation is nothing more if it's got nothing but Charles. But you guys haven't won in your little like Islamic fucking faith of, hey, we're gonna conquer the world. You haven't done shit. The only thing you conquered were a couple goats and a camel. So who's next? You can bring up whoever you want to, but fucking respect Rafi when he's speaking, respect KK, respect anybody else who's off mic while they're talking, and stop with your fucking Allah Akbar fucking bullshit that you're gonna fucking like interrupt everybody else.
And respect Mother too.
Mohammed Benzona.
Mother, if you're gonna be in serious trouble, then Jack the motherfucker is gonna be here.
At least I respect Jack. He respects people and he like holds his own. Like these guys just cry.
No, Jack is very well respected as well. Even though
Jack is a cunt. Look, Jack is a cunt, but he's still a cunt you can actually disagree with. That's just the way it is.
No, I like Jack. He's a nice guy.
He's a cunt, but he's still a cunt you can disagree with. The way it happens sometimes in life. It's funny.
you know what's the difference? If you explain something to Jack and it makes sense, he's gonna accept it. But this Abdul comes up, you just speak for 2 minutes, he stops listening after 10 seconds.
Good point.
You know what I'm curious about? I'm curious about the guys like Akima and Sig that run around this app, try to have great Americans while insulting their country, talking shit about their country. I don't understand like where that illness comes from. I don't.
You're talking about Sig.
Oh, Sig, you mentioned disaster.
Sig and I there is on the right. So you guys have been, when it comes to the criticism of Israel, you guys have been like, especially Rafi's been talking about what you see from the left. When it comes to those of us on the right, we have a different, our critiques are not quite the same as the left's critiques of Israel. And we're not necessarily anti-Zionist. We don't have a problem with Israel existing. It has more to do, it has to do with politics here at home, and it also has to do with, particularly within the Republican Party, since Charlie Kirk has died, basically a civil war within the influencer sphere, in the media sphere is brewed over. With the absence of Charlie Kirk, he was somebody who wanted a big tent. He was very adamant about like, look, maybe Fuentes is too far, but other than that, like, look, dude, we're not gonna cancel right wingers or keep them out of our big tent. But afterwards, there's a pretty concerted effort to get a lot of people, like for example, Tucker Carlson's the most notable example. He's somebody that was friends with Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk would let him speak at his events. After he died, very quickly, it was all about getting Charlie. They wanted Tucker Carlson out of the fucking way. And you look at CPAC. The last
Morning, Chicago. Today we gather not just as a city, but as a family.
Basically, Megan Kelly,
When
Tucker
you're watching
Carlson.
City Line News on Mayor
Welcome to Mayor Kitover TV on Ice. Tonight we're talking about the bills that touch every household. Good evening, friends, and welcome to Mayor Kitover TV on Ice. Good evening, folks. Let's talk about the three pillars of running Riverdale: property tax, water tax, and everybody's favorite, the garbage tax. Folks, welcome back to Mayor Kitover TV. The Mayor Kitover TV on Ice. Tonight, good evening, folks. Let's talk about the three. Good evening, folks. I'm Mayor John Kitover. Tonight on I'm John Kitover, and I'm running for mayor. I live in safe neighborhood.
Tension spilled over.
I don't think he's somebody
Reading poetry to you.
pushed out of the right. In my personal
Listen, his voice doesn't need to be canceled, Pepe. Maybe whatever you want. Listen, again, freedom of speech is freedom of speech. But
John Kitover, and these little neighbors helped me win the race. Our campaign was built on community.
that journalist, a bot, he's no more a journalist. He's a prostitute. So he does what's in his interest. He's not providing factual journalism, which he was supposedly claimed as. So when people think of Tucker Carlson, people think he's a journalist, we should trust him. So then either we're going to lose all trust in journalism and all journalists, which is really bad too, because where are you going to get your source? Now everybody's going to come to their own fucking conclusions, and that's going to create anarchy. That is not correct either. We need journalism. We need honest journalism. Let's say
I don't consider him
but he tied himself to a journalist.
I don't think so.
You might not.
Hello, is my home. I'm John Kitover, and I'm running for mayor. I believe in safe neighborhoods, reliable transit, and a city that works for everyone. On February 20th,
That becomes dangerous. Because right now he's not even he's spewing his own opinion. He's spewing an opinion where he's trying to push a narrative on people. Because he was bought like a prostitute. And that's what makes it dangerous. Because he might not even stand for it. He's not bought there. It's proven that he was paid.
Well, no,
It was proven. No, that's not being bought. If Donald Trump today took money from another foreign country, he is bought. Correct? Or any type of gift like a house,
if he doesn't
jewelry, or anything, that is not being bought. You're gonna question what the fuck is going on in the government. He is right now a prostitute that was bought. So now we know he was bought. There's proof that he has been bought. So now he's working on somebody else's interest. And now whatever information he's spewing it for somebody's interest. Now question, where's this interest and where is it going to lead to? What is the end goal for it? Is it for American destruction? Is it for American division? Is it to make people fucking go against the government? Do you understand where I'm coming with this? That's what makes it fucking danger.
Well, I think you won't like my answer or Tucker Carlson's answer. And I strongly believe that he did have these feelings even when he was at Fox News, which is kind of one of the reasons I like watching him, because most of us knew what he was pointing at. People that were considered far right like myself. I do think what we would like to see is a political decoupling of Zionists from American politics. It doesn't mean that they're our enemies. It doesn't mean that we don't help them or, we're against them in any way. But do I think that there is a and it's not necessarily, I'm not going to blame Israel per se. I think Netanyahu in particular, he's very savvy, very smooth. He knows Washington very well. And when you get, you also have a lot of Christian Zionist fanatics. It's basically like a perfect recipe where I think that you're going to have emphatic support for Israel in a way that I don't think is the best for the United States. And I just, like to us, I do not like the gatekeeping I see, especially on the right. The strongest Zionists in America are going to be on the right. And a lot of us have had a really, and this goes back to the neocons, the neoconservatives. A lot of us really do not like them from what we had to put up with from the 2000s. And we just want that group. I don't know, we just don't want them to have nearly nearly as much influence on our politics. That's what I see.
So Pepe, you keep talking about Zion as if though you understand the term. Could you please explain to me the secular term of Zionism, and then tell me the biblical?
We're talking about this for years.
No. I'm asking your definition.
Edward, what's biblical term?
Well, he's asking there's Christian Zionism, so I'll answer.
There's no biblical term.
Yes. No, there's Christian.
So the Zionism was in the Bible.
Hold on.
No, hold on. I'll explain it. I can answer.
No. Pepe, hold on, Pepe. You cannot explain it if you don't know where it is.
I do know. Stop. Let me answer. So Zionism, which I would say that just a basic Zionism, which is not.
Hold on, Pepe. What does Zionism actually mean?
I interrupted.
No.
So Zionism decoupled from Christianity would be that Israel has a right to say I'm a Zionist in that sense, because I believe Israel, like any other country, it's the country's there. I don't know where these people expect these people to go. I think they have a right to defend themselves. So I'm a Zionist in that way. Now, when it comes to Christian Zionism, which it's almost all evangelicals.
Hold on one second, guys. Hold on, Pepe. Listen to your terminology, okay? I want you to give me the biblical verse of the word Zion in the Bible. Please, give me the actual verse of
What am I Google it for
Why don't you
you?
just tell us? Because who the fuck has that memorized?
Yeah, and quite frankly, you're asking somebody who
Is retarded.
who's raised Catholic, where we don't read it. We don't read any of its sola scriptura and just
Solo
scriptura. Like that's not like most Christianity. You're not allowed to do that for very specific reasons.
Hold on, guys. This is the reason why I asked you your definition. You gave
Read the book.
not from what men believe it is. Please explain to me from a scriptural standpoint versus you telling me what left and right thing about the word.
Okay, once again, I'm not going to bastardize Christianity by doing this sola scriptura stuff.
Solo
So I'm not
scriptura.
going to.
But you're gonna bastardize Zionism.
Exactly. He'll only bastardize one thing. That's what it does.
Christian Zionism was not a thing in Christianity until 150 years ago, with a small group of Anglicans and in England, and then it ended up spreading here in the United States. Christianity, so they never used it. I don't even think the scripture, because of course it was translated. They didn't use the term Israel. It was more the sons of Abraham who were going to be they would inherit through the teachings of Jesus. They would inherit Christian.
Because you do me a big favor, because you say a lot of stuff as if though you're giving people facts. Facts is different than truth, okay?
What do you think that was incorrect when it comes to Catholicism?
Okay, I didn't hear anything about Catholicism, okay? What I hear you about Hold on, Pepe, first of all, Pepe, I need you to understand one thing. Just one thing, Pepe. You are going based on what you think you know, but you have
On what I do know, dispensationalism did not come until the late 1800s. Dispensationalism did start in the 1800s.
Mr. Edward, you have a tremendous feedback coming through on your microphone right now. Like, nobody.
Okay, I'm just going to ask AI, when did
Dispensationalism, Barnabas in 100 AD wrote the concept of dispensationalism. Irenaeus wrote on it. Hippolytus wrote on it. These are all first century church fathers. So, no, you're incorrect. You're not stating fact.
So
The fact that Darby popularized it in the 1800s does not mean it did not exist.
Serendipity, is that better, Serendipity?
Christianity, which ones were dispensationalists until the 1800s?
Okay, Pepe, what you have to do, Pepe, is you have to sometimes listen versus talk. You know what you do a lot, Pepe? You say things as though everybody's understanding your conversation.
It's the Pepe Show. What do you expect?
Because you talk about Zionism as though you think it's only New Testament terminology. It is not.
I never said it was New Testament. This would actually be
Hi,
Old Testament.
Natalie. It's John. Are you all packed
So why
up?
do you keep calling Christian Zionist then? Because my understanding, Pepe, New Testament is what you would call Christendom. Because the Old Testament, there's no term Christian. In the New Testament, it's only mentioned 3 times. And all 3 times mentioned is negative. So the term Christian is what we call secular. Yeah, it's not biblical. So let's make sure you and I are on the same page when we're having a conversation, because you're using terms in the world that do not equal what you're talking about. Nationalism and Zionism and everything else that you're talking about is completely opposite of what we're talking about.
No, I think you misheard me. I said, what would a secular, non-Christian version of what would just like the basic definition of Zionism be? That would just be granting them the same, saying, yeah, they ought to be able to exist and defend themselves like any other country that you would respect.
Just hold on 1 second. Brad, do you mind lowering yourself just for a minute so that Monica can send me the upper block and then come back up?
You know she has to be blocked, right?
Well, I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to get involved in stuff. Can we let her in, please? Can you come back up, please?
As long as you don't nod her, fine. Because God forbid we let the jail fucking direct it.
No, don't do that.
Okay, so Monday, nationalism is what you just talked about. There's 195 nations, and they all have a right to govern themselves. The United Nations is not.
But I stated that was my non-Christian definition of Zionism.
No. Okay. First of all, listen to what you say. Your non-definition of Zionism is the fact that a nation is to govern themselves. Is that what you're telling me? All nations are independent, correct? Am I wrong or right?
I said my non-Christian definition.
No. You keep saying Christian. If you say Christian, do you eliminate Israel?
Eric, am I going to get my mouth back or a BB?
You can support Israel despite
Yeah,
being
let
atheist.
her get in the room. Oh, fuck.
She's in. She's in.
You can
Did
support
you feel the heavy weight come on? Like the last time?
Stop.
So you can support Israel despite what religion you are, despite being an atheist. Okay, it's looking at things in a national, like through the lens of nationality and sovereignty. That is a definition I gave. Christian nationalism. It's that's when dispensationalism comes in. There's almost all Christian Zionists. In other words, they believe it because their faith, like a lot of evangelicals, they're with their end times. Israel and the Jews play a critical role in that, and so the state of Israel, which they look at God at Jews as being God's chosen people, the apple of God's eye, and they are to be there in the state of Israel, their biblical homeland, and with their prophecy, they will be fighting with the whole world, and then second coming of Jesus will come, and hallelujah, things will be great. That's when you say Christian Zionism, it means they support Israel for distinct religious reasons.
Okay, so Pepe, everything you just talked about right now, which is kind of interesting. Okay, you talked about dispensationalism, you talked about evangelicals, you talked about all these different people groups, but because
they're not even real Christians.
Is it because of who? Because of you?
Well, no, such a deviation from normal Christianity. It's an American bastardization of Christianity.
All right, and because of who? Who makes that claim?
Every Christian denomination makes that claim. About
evangelicals in particular. I'm going to ask you a question, Pepe, and I want you to be honest with me. Could you please name one denomination
Hi, Andrew. How was your weekend?
I'm not familiar with them having it in the
They don't
Bible.
exist. They don't exist. There's no denomination in the scripture, including Catholicism. They do not.
So therefore, you can be a heretic that deviates from Christianity, and I guess I don't know you.
No, Pepe, you're wrong because you're out of your depth. Because Ignatius of Antioch was the one that came up with the term the Holy Roman Catholic Church. And it came out of it after Peter, our second pope. That's why we have apostolic succession. So every time you keep saying, oh, I was raised Catholic, you left the Catholic Church a long time ago.
No shit. I never claimed to be a pious
Ignatius, wait. Saint Ignatius of Antioch was the one that came up with the Catholic Church, which means the universal church. So when you are talking about it, you're just like, oh, the Zionist this, the Zionist that, and everything Zionist and whatever. You know what I mean? Edward is actually trying to educate you. And you're not listening. You're just like trying to fight it.
Okay, but
you're trying to.
We can look at all of the Protestant denominations. Hold on. We can look at all of the Protestant denominations. Well, hold on. We can look at all of the Orthodox churches, okay, throughout the world. We can look at, of course, you know, this is going to be throughout the Middle East, Asia, and Africa, and then we can look at the Catholic Church. They all, for the most part, say it is heretical, and they make it absolutely clear. And that's because they don't hold Jews to this standard where, in other words, Christianity, for the most part, believe you find salvation through Christ. We're all God's people. Nobody's special.
And if you knew anything about biblical Zionism, you would know that they don't think that either. Like the fact that you're up here saying
they're going to go to hell
indicates that you're
they think they're going to go to hell. Like, you know,
no, this is embarrassing.
No, it's not. Shut up, you low IQ. God damn.
It's embarrassing.
That's all you do. You're a Muslim. Oh, I used to have 9 years old. These Muslims, they have nothing intelligent to say. Shut up.
You're saying that Palm Sunday is embarrassing.
But no, I don't know. Maybe Serenity or she's like a evangelical or serendipity. I don't know. But where did any of these religions? But she also cannot go against what I said. Like serendipity. Where do any of these denominations support Israel is based upon their religion, where it involves prophecy?
There are multiple denominations that support Zionism biblically. It's not about the denomination. It's about their whether they believe in amillennialism or millennialism, and that divide is across all denominations. Like you couldn't say, oh, the Baptists are all the evangelicals and they're bad, or the Presbyterians. It has more to do with their eschatology and what they think about amillennialism or premillennialism. The people that tend to take scripture more literally tend to fall more within the quote-unquote dispensations of church history. So the people that take scripture more allegorical tend to lean more towards the amillennialism camp.
Sure, and so I guess my question would be these different. Shut the fuck up, Adjan, because you don't know you're just gonna. No, it's a follow-up. We're asking questions. Shut up. Shut up.
Do you know Pope John Paul? Do you know Pope John Paul II? Wait. Do you know Pope John Paul? Wait. Do you know that Pope John Paul? No, you don't know this because I'm going to educate you. Do you know Pope John Paul II in 1994 recognized the state of Israel?
Yes, as a nation. Yes, yes. You did. Okay. You've had it because of all of the. Shut your fucking mouth. You're so fucking stupid. You're not saying anything irrelevant. Shut the fuck up. Now, when it comes to first of all, there's a lot of people claiming to be Catholic that are being overtly anti-Semitic online. You've had a lot of bishops come out online and they said, hey, let's be clear here. If you're going to be anti-Semitic and hateful, that is clearly sinful. You cannot do that. You can absolutely be a supporter of the state of Israel. You can recognize the state of Israel and say that they have these rights and all of that stuff. The only difference is that we don't have, but in Catholicism, they don't have a religious obligation to somehow want to believe in why their eschatology doesn't involve the fucking nation state of Israel and Jews. So why are they going? It's not a religious thing for them. Just like it's probably not a religious thing for fucking Hindus or the Muslims that support Israel. It has nothing to do with being anti-Israel. And you get that Prajan, that dumb Prajan bitch who I guess converted to Catholicism like a couple of weeks ago, and she somehow wants to be a Catholic warrior when she's just a dumb fucking ex-porn star. She's a stupid bitch, and she doesn't speak for all of us.
Okay, Pepe, can I?
What that word?
Pepe, okay, first of all, you need to raise your voice. And I don't know why a person who claims to be Catholic.
I'm not a Catholic. I haven't been to church in 20 fucking years.
Okay, Pepe. I have no idea why you yell at Pepe. It's pretty. So, Pepe, I'm asking you a question. To know why, really why. Could you please explain to me? You said that Jesus. What nationality would you claim Jesus to be?
I don't know if they even had a fucking nation, had a tribe.
Oh, okay. So you don't know what tribe he's from?
Pharisees.
Oh, wow. Okay, so this one I'd like for you to do for now.
I know he was born in Nazareth.
Okay, where's
Nazareth?
You know right now, Pepe? You say a whole lot about Zionism and all this other thing, but you know what you don't know? You got to go back and go to the genesis of what you're talking about, because it's very sad when you don't even know that the man himself was born based on prophecy in Israel. Jesus, the person that
Where was his family from?
Nazareth. And Nazareth is in where?
But it wouldn't be considered Israel at the time.
No, okay, I'm going to tell you again. I've been there 3 times, okay? I don't know what other place you ever think of, but I can clearly tell you that all Old Testament that was prophesied that where Jesus would be born, and every prophecy he fulfilled it. Okay, no one else. I don't know where you come up with the fact that he was bar mitzvah, he went to synagogue, he had the same trade as his father with Joseph. I don't know when you have these conversations what you're actually talking about. Zionist and all this other stuff. I want you to do yourself this big favor. As a quote-unquote Catholic or Roman Catholic, whatever, please go and find out who Jesus actually is first, and then come back and have a conversation about it.
Literally, he's part God, part of the Holy Trinity.
He wasn't born in Nazareth. Hold on.
He wasn't born in Nazareth.
What does he mean he was wrong? You guys know he wasn't born in Nazareth, right?
No,
he was born in Bethlehem.
He was born in Bethlehem.
Mary's from Nazareth.
But I mean, that was Roman territory, wasn't it? Like,
yes, it was not Israel at the time.
Yeah, it was Rome. He was born as a Roman. He fell under Roman. Augustus, I believe, was born as a Jew. Yeah, he was a Jew under Rome.
You're true.
I'm not. Nobody here is trying to claim that.
Guys, hold on, guys. First of all, I want you to do yourself a major favor, just for all of us. If we're going to talk about anything historical, let's go with the historical, biblical facts. Whether you want historical facts or biblical facts.
Just do that. Augustus was Caesar. Under that, Herod was the king of Nazareth at the time of his birth, and various local leaders and kings could hold their territory under Caesar's and under Roman rule. But ultimately, Rome, it was the Empire of Rome. He was born as a Roman citizen.
He's right. Brad's right. But it was also it was the Roman General Pompey, but it was in the region of Judea.
I thought it was outside of Judea.
No, it was in Judea.
Knowledge today.
It's in 63 BCE.
Hold on, guys. Today is considered Palm Sunday. Okay?
Amazing.
I know, amazing. He actually rode into Jerusalem on a donkey, which was prophesied. Okay? Prophesied. 2,000 years before it ever happened. That he would come in. And you know what they call him? The King of the Jews. They call him the King of Rome.
Christians call him
that. Oh my God. Okay. I'm sorry, Pepe. I don't know if you know this at the time, Pepe. Every person that followed Jesus, all 12 of the disciples,
Jesus?
Oh my God. You guys, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but
No, he named him the king of the Jews.
The thing is, though, is that he mocked him as king of the Jews. Like with Pontius Pilate, when they turned him in because they wanted to execute him. They said they mocked him by saying he quote king of the Jews. But he had what was considered by many. I'm not a historian, but what would be considered heretical sect of Judaism. And so, yes, he had his followers, and they were Jews. The original Christians were Jews. Amazing. Nobody's denying that part.
And then if you look at his time frame, the Christians, how violent they were burning the city, killing Roman children. They set fire to the north end. They created they destroyed the water flow into the east end of the city. So,
Very barbaric times for everybody back then. But if he's king of the Jews. So he has 12 disciples, but the Jews that actually had power ended up turning him in because he was a false god. He was an apostate, and they wanted to have him executed.
Smash and grab robberies are down tonight in Chicago. City officials credit Mayor John Kitover's new policing strategy. Here's what he told reporters earlier. When families feel safe again, Chicago comes alongside crime and those smash and grab.
No, but that's not accurate. The reason why the Jews are blamed is because they could have prevented his assassination, but they chose not to. It's not that they turned him in or they did any of that. They had a choice to defend him and they chose not to. That's why people blame the Jews.
No. He was actually detained by the what the fuck do you call them at the time? The officials. Forget what they were called. No, I'm not talking about the group. They're related to the religion or their temple or whatever, and they detained him. Now they wanted to execute him for some reason. They said no, we're under Roman jurisdiction at this time. We can't do this, and so while he was detained, he ended up telling and you can look this up. I mean, I'm not making this shit up. That's when they made the case to Pontius Pilate, who was not really that interested, but they did tell him oh look, he's a fake, a false god. That's when they mockingly said he calls himself the king of the Jews, and he wants to basically do a revolt or rebellion against the Romans, and he was ultimately found guilty and executed. It's not. I'm not. And look, people get stuck on you start trying to say the Jews killed. No, the original fucking Christians were Jewish. Nobody's trying to say the Jews were the bad guys, and then the Romans, the fucking pagans that ended up killing them. Ultimately, okay, there's no. If anything, there's only one group of people that were good, and that was the Jews that became Christian. So nobody's trying to blame it on the Jews. And the Catholic Church makes it clear that we should not collectively blame Jews for Jesus' death. He died for our sins, all of our sins. We can't blame Jews whatsoever. We can't. It's not fair. It's not right. It's not accurate. So that's not the case I'm going with.
Then why is it they just keep talking about Zionists, the Jews, like Tucker Carlson, and all sorts of retards?
Doesn't Zionism exist in all religions? They check. Doesn't because Muslims believe in eradication. Right. No. Because you get this thing. You keep saying this thing. I'm just saying, if you're gonna go down and bitch about Christian Zionism, didn't the Muslims come up here?
Talk about Christian Zionism.
Don't they claim Zionism? The Jews, the fucking 12 waffles that believe in a fat guy. I'm sorry, I'm just stepping over Monica's food butt here, but I mean, the idea that somehow that all these religions have Zionism written into them where they want to expand, they want to convert people, they want to bring more to their fold. Literally, the foundation principle of all religious groups across the world are designed to bring people into their masses. So Zionism and its eternal right to exist and expand, the Muslims say they're going to conquer the world, right? They say, we're going to take over your territory. We're going to kill the great Satans. We're going to kill all of them and take control of their lands. Right? Do they not do that?
The thing is, you're wrong because Jews don't proselytize like Muslims or Christians. But the Muslim, they become a Muslim, all you have to say, la ilaha illallah, and all that.
Okay, so you're not answering his question.
And wait. All you have to do is say that, and then you're a Muslim. You don't even have to know the book. You don't even have to know the Quran.
They have to sell you on the fucking idea.
All I'm trying to say, wait. All I'm trying to say is that when these people, these modern day, like, you know what I call them? I call them edgelords. They think it's nice right now to be anti-Semitic, to hate on the Jews, and Candace, all of these retards,
Still not answering the question.
by the way. Wait, let me finish.
He's talking about Zionism being a part of other religions like Islam.
You don't even believe, you said you haven't been to church in 20 years.
Yeah, I know, but you're not answering the question.
Give me a break.
My belief has nothing to do with this.
Let me land.
God damn, you're so retarded.
Let me land. You haven't been to church in 20 years. So when these people say...
So now I'm going to step in here. I don't care about you landing. What I care about is an answer to my question.
You guys are such a...
No. For fuck's sake, you can't answer a simple question. I said, is there not Zionism that exists across every religious demographic group? Is there not? Is it not? Because I can go through all the wars. I know for sure shit there's one in India. There's a caste system that still prevails today. I know for fuck's sake that Japan had one, a whole fucking religious war, and they were like fucking meeting in the fields of battle wearing sharkskin armor and fucking wielding swords. So, and then they conquered and they wanted their ideology to be the preeminent reign and they wanted to expand it out to the world. So does not Zionism exist in all of its principles in every fucking religious organization out there?
No, Zionism.
No, it doesn't. Okay.
No.
How you got to prove this wrong?
Wait. You wanted to answer the question. Zionism is just a simple thing. It comes from Europe, Westman, and all the things. I mean, in 1972, they passed Zionism. They passed Zionism is Western. They passed Zionism and everything. They had to rewrite it in the 1990s because of it. And people just take the propaganda and eat it up because of the clicks and everything else like that. Why do you think all these wars ever since Elon Musk?
Morning, Chicago. Today we gather on
That has nothing to do with the question.
Day in office, Mayor John Kitover has already
So wait, there's all sorts of religious supremacists. Catholics believe in fucking Baskin Robbins flavors of Christianity. So everything. I mean, I haven't met a single one. Muslims do. I mean,
If you've made a
absolutely.
I mean, Christians have largely fought with each other about how heretical they think the other group is, and they fucking kill each other over this goddamn differences for centuries.
Hey, Jack, you're not participating in the conversation. You just want to say like your little stick over and over, and I'm tired. No, you don't get 2 seconds. You get to answer the question, and that's it.
new mayor.
That's it.
You think it takes 2 seconds to answer a fucking question?
Yes, I do. Next.
I got a question, Brad.
Can I answer this question? Sorry, hello,
Go ahead. Oh, you can answer it. I'm just sick and tired of
thank you, sir, for asking this. Yeah, this is a very good question, sir. Actually, I'm from Afghanistan, and I just grew in Islamic society. And it's very clear that the Islamic Zionism exists since at the beginning of the Islam. There is many countries which is based on Islamic State, and they are trying to expand that. You see that the Muslim were invaded until the Spain. They were there for a long time. So what was that? What was the definition for that area? So if that wasn't Islamic Zionism, so what was the definition for that? And their Sharia law is based on Zionism. So my question is, and strongly support the Israel. So I mean, the people are just doing the hypocrisy. You're not. They are not. Their vision is not stand on reality. Mainly the people who are related to Asia or they are kind of relevant to Islamic ideology. They are super hypocritic and they don't pay attention what's the Zionism. Mostly of them, they don't know the definition of the Zionism. So if they know the definition of the Zionism, they will come that the Sharia law is stand on Zionism. It is just two different terms, which is calling Sharia law. My definition is for that. It's the Zionism, Islamic Zionism. But the thing is, what is the difference between the Israeli Zionism and the Islamic Zionism? Is this two different definitions. Israel is just, they are trying to have their own rights to be exist. They don't send the jihadists to the other countries, and they don't talk about this religion supremacy, and they don't want to talk how invasion in other countries. But the Islamic Zionism is very different, and they want how expand all around the world, and they are just going to different countries as immigrants, and they are doing their expansion of the Islam ideology, and they are spending $1 trillion on that. Look at most of Arabic rich countries; they are spending this money on this. Iran is spending the money. So and they are just doing this kind of activities since at the beginning of the Islam. You see the expansion of the Islam.
Iran or something? He said he's from Afghanistan.
Yes, I'm from
But
Afghanistan.
I'm just curious. This is the one thing that I'm curious about because you brought it up. So I can understand like Sunni Muslims, somewhat all Muslims, similar to Christians that we proselytize. Now, I do, if I recall correctly, one of the main differences between Sunni and Shia Muslims, the Shia, the leaders generally have to be a descendant of Muhammad. Is that correct, or is that too simplistic?
There's two different definitions about the Shia and actually the Sunni. Even the Sunni Muslim is not calculating the Shia as a Muslim, but and most of them and they believe that the Shia is not a Muslim. If you listen to the Shia is saying, or the Sunni is not a Muslim. So because the conflict is just begun because of the different vision about the sovereignty of the Islamic State on the beginning, which was a conflict between the Muhammad family, what he's saying. So that division just created at the beginning of the Islam. But now there is two different, if you see the books, the references, they have a different vision and each single issue of the Islam. And so there is
what does this all have to do with Iran?
Well, no. I asked him the question. It's completely pertinent. He's asking.
No, I know. We went off on a tangent, guys, for like 3 hours.
Maybe it's my fault. I actually asked because it was getting repetitive between Edward and Pepe about Zionism, and Pepe was doing a good job standing on his own, and then you had Achu sit there and like start doing his little soundbite things, and it was Christian Zionism was the attack, and people were getting offended. But my point broadly, I mean, of course, it was correlated to Jews. Of course, obviously, it was going to go down that pathway. But Zionism exists in every cult of religion. All right, I'll retract my words because I know a lot of you are believers, and I respect a lot of you. Some of you I have zero. But the idea that Zionism does not exist in its principality every religion has it. It has some form of it. It has some expansionist. It has some right to manifest destiny, you want to call it. This is what got us here. And the young gentleman that
John Kitover is already making good on a campaign promise
from Afghanistan, and he agreed with me. So it's actually we turned the conversation around and we back onto like.
Just hypothetically. Now, it's my understanding that you have to be a descendant of Muhammad to be a leader of any kind. Would that mean that only they could be leaders and not any of us peons that are not a descendant of the Prophet Muhammad?
No, actually, my question is actually
Freaking Pepe.
I will come to your answer, but my question is,
So stupid.
we're quite agree with the Wiki. He is just like made a lot of good sense.
Hey friends, one thing I do every day is one scoop of longevity mix. I built this for myself. I've now built it for you. It's good for all genders, all ages. What we did is we researched all the scientific literature. We got.
Thank you, Delegate. There's a point of privilege on microphone 1, then we'll go to microphone 3. Go ahead, Delegate. Yes.
My sword, by the sword. When they came to my countries, to the territory by sword, the reason was they said, we want to expand the territory of the Islam. The state, we should make the more
Point of privilege and priority world.
Islamic Sharia states, which is still existing all around the world. So that's why the people are not mentioning still the expansion of the territories by the name of the Sharia law and it's ongoing.
Let's be clear,
My question is why only the Judaism, why only the Jew, why only the Israel is the topic? Why people are not talking about, bro? No Jews, no Jews, they don't give a fuck.
Dude, why you're derailing, bro? Again.
I'm telling you. If I may, sorry. So are you saying or suggesting that we should fund and arm the Muslim Zionism?
Well, technically, we already did.
That's already exist. That's already exist.
We've done it, didn't we?
At the beginning
we trained
of
Afghanistan not once but twice. We did it in Iraq.
Give me a time. I just want to explain. When the Muhammad just came, he expanded. He brought the Jew from the Mecca, from Medina. You cannot say.
No, I think he's lost in. Hold on. I think he's lost in translation. They're not that Muslims or that all religions supported Israeli Zionism, but that like within their faith they have something similar to Zionism.
No, I just have a point to make here. The difference between what he's suggesting now, like that happened 1,400 years ago. Now we have international law, and we have like law that code of conduct that we should follow. So justifying what Zionism are doing now, or Zionists what are doing now to what the Muslims did 1,400 years ago is not very justified.
No, we're talking about even today. But even if we look at like what is fucking Iran doing today? Like you're acting like that. You're acting like what they do is okay internationally. This is so fucking retarded.
No. They are still doing that. Look at the African countries. What they are doing in my country currently. You're saying that it's just for not just only for their reasons. They are still doing that, and all around the world they are doing that.
Okay. No, like that's just what the gentleman just mentioned here. These are extreme.
Not just only mentioned, just tell the whole geographic of the Islamic State what they are doing that.
No.
What these people are doing for the Sharia law. You guys still are trying to convert the peoples, and by the force. I can give the examples in Pakistan. I can give the example in Africa. You see how they are killing the Christian in Nigeria. So why they are doing so? Why they are doing in Somalia? What is going on in Somalia? You know that?
Know that. Like humane.
So why the people are we have different groups by the name which is based on Islamic names and who are trying to bring the practices of the Islamic Sharia and all around the world. And we are trying to do that by words. That's there. And what I'm just saying, it's wrong, it's false information. Israel never started the war. Hezbollah is starting the war when they lose, they're using the victim cards. Hamas is starting the war and they're using the victim cards. Why? Why are you guys just using the victim cards?
Well, maybe
at the beginning when you come to the point when you're a loser and then using the victim cards?
No, you're correct. They did, like with October 7th, and a lot of people, this is kind of how social media works. Okay, we have very short attention spans, and so everybody's horrified, especially in the West. And, this is where human bias crises really take place. You see a country that looks similar to America. You have some whites and browns and whatever, kind of looks like the U.S. And they're in a modern country. They're at a concert doing shit that people do in Western countries, or a rave, I should say. And people are getting gunned down. And it shows people walking around what look like Western neighborhoods getting gunned down, grandmas getting shot, people getting, poor innocent laborers who have nothing to do with the conflict, like those poor Thai workers getting kidnapped and killed. Just really horrible shit. And, you did see, I think Israel's perfect by no fucking means. Do I think they have a lot of issues? Yes, absolutely. I mean, I'm not going to simp for Israel. But after October 7th, they absolutely, they had to stomp a knot, or tie a knot in Hamas's ass. Like, that was too much. And, there's still one thing that stands out to me to this day, and the few weeks leading up to it, I remember there was a guy who went to a synagogue and he shot a few people, but then he got shot by an armed Israeli. And the first thing that happens is that in Gaza, people are lighting off fireworks and handing out candies. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? That's so weird. Population celebrates that.
After 9/11, on the same streets of Gaza, on the same streets handed out candies for October 7th, were handed out for the guys for 9/11. If you guys, those videos are old. They're still on YouTube. Watch how Gaza celebrated 9/11.
Yeah, of course.
And I get it. And that's another thing.
You guys are all America first. American Israelite, don't you say fucking shit, but you guys are trying to divide it. And
I'm not trying to divide anything.
And they want you there as much as they want us. You guys should say thank you to the Jews, is that we're in the way for them. Because until they don't finish us up, they're not going to try to come for you.
Sure, but I
guess the thing, and that's why you should say thank you for the Jews for being there and fucking taking the first punch. We're basically the human shield for you guys.
Okay, but I'm not simping for the Muslims and their terror and the terrorists that they have. But I'll just wrap it up and make it really quick. The one thing that really stood out is that you had I think her first name ended with an I, but very young girl. I think I saw a picture before she was dead and mangled. Pretty young girl, probably had a nice life in front of her, but here she is mangled in the back of a pickup truck, being fucking molested. And then what I remember is they're driving right into fucking Gaza, and the people cheering. The first instinct of these people is to run up and just hit her body, spit on her body. And I'm thinking to myself, I can drive into Mexico with a dead white girl.
Danny Lou? Are you talking about Johnny Lou?
Yeah, and these are the same innocent civilians that that there's a death toll in Gaza that they have, that they say innocent, and they're not distinguishing between Hamas.
No. The irony was not lost on me.
In Gaza, they elected Hamas. They elected those people to govern them, to act like barbarians. And this is what the government returned back to the population.
For sure. And the irony.
So the irony was not lost because I want to pick up that little Palestinian flag again.
Yes, the irony was not lost on me, and I remember thinking to myself, you could go into any part of Mexico with a dead American girl in the back of a car, and they'd be like, oh, Dios míos, oh my God, they'd be like, holy shit, that's so horrible. You would not see Mexicans spitting and kicking. It was so goddamn barbaric. It is so fucking weird.
Yeah, you had I don't know, fucking Karen cities on here asking for reparations, arguing with Bibi that you need to make reparations because he's a Jew, to those same people who celebrated and spit on a young girl. And I mean, shit, I wish we would have killed them all because they had no problem doing that to Americans, and yet people seem to forget that there were Americans killed, and I would have murdered them all.
Yeah, this is the reality.
have one conversation.
One second. So this is the reality.
You can add that. Sorry, guys, to say that. You can see if you go to the United States, all Muslim mosques, they will just still are coursing and the 5 times of a prayer, the Israel and Nasara. Nasara means like people who are not Muslims. And those mosques are funded by the United States government, and they do not have a control on that. Remember what's their hypocrisy? One day I was in the mosque, I was telling, can you guys pray for 410 people who just died under the bombardment of the Pakistani aircrafts in Afghanistan, and they killed the drug-addicted people, and they bombard the addiction center and the Kabul center. Do you know what they said? Those Arabs started to say that those Muslims, imam who were like, and there were a bunch of other people and Muslims. No, we are not playing the politics here. Don't mentioning this day. Things. I will just, wait. You guys are praying here 5 times, and the 5 times pray you are cursing the Israel, and you are praying for the Palestinian. So we are Afghans or other people who are under the suffer. We are not human beings. We are not a Muslim. So what I'm just saying, these people are really hypocritic, and I'm fully as I'm Afghan, I fully support Netanyahu. I fully support Israel. They have rights to defend themselves, and you guys should be not affected by the wrong propaganda of what's ongoing in the social media. And Palestinians are making the fake videos, and we knew that I know there is something is wrong going. We not say that 100% fake, but 95% are the fake videos. We calling those acting like Hollywood.
Yeah,
so
but
that's why the
hold on.
That's it.
When the world needs to be asking, I can understand. But what the room and what the world needs to be asking is, so all these pro-Pally supporters were crying about Gaza. But nobody's upset about what's going on with the Iranian people. In fact, the pro-Pallies are against them, calling them liars, calling them scumbags.
Yes, because the Zionists, it's a friend of my enemy distinction, and if we look at it absolutely is. If you look at the people that are pro-Palestine, these people only support the IRGC.
Well, I'll tell you, hold on. So they're so deranged that they believe that Israel is attacking the IRGC to deflect the court case that Bibi has over bribery over a box of cigars.
And
said that on October 7th too. They said the
this is.
Do you guys realize how retarded that is?
But I wanted to say, Bibi, this is where the hypocrisy is going back to what we were talking about earlier.
Cigars.
What we were talking about earlier. Actually, shut the fuck up.
Correct. No. He's actually correct on this front. He actually knows what he's talking about. Please listen to this. Right.
Amazing. So.
Wow, you got endorsed by
I don't think he knows what I'm gonna say, but
you just got endorsed. You should take it.
Yeah. Well, thank you, I guess. But there is a reality that if those, and I expressed this many times, if those are my people, that just, let's just say they were like people that were like Corsican and Acadian that lived in,
the Corsicans and the Acadians.
Apes came into this country and they did what they did on October 7th. I'm not gonna lie, like I would, wrath and fury would be what I was saying. I would be for doing like.
I'm not gonna lie.
In first world countries, however, we do show a level of restraint. And I don't. Of all of the criticism, you've heard me talk about Israel and Zionists. You've not heard me really bitch about what's happening in Gaza. The reality is, though, I think that if that happened to the U.S., the number one concern is, okay, they did this to us, we're going to go in there, we're going to fucking rats. And the number one priority, killing the enemy, and prioritizing the return of American soldiers. And so if it meant that, well, I mean, we have to blow the place up because, we don't want our young American boys, at the expense of being.
The return of the American boys and girls that were captured by the Gazans on October 7th. Americans weren't fighting that war. Israel was fighting.
Yeah, it was Israel that got them back for us.
Yeah, so that was Israel that was fighting, and they sent their boys, young boys and girls, to return to America.
You cut him off. He's autistic. Let him finish.
I'm just saying, you guys are complaining that Israel is doing a joint forces with America right now. That America somehow fucking is doing a favor to Israel. No, one hand washes the other. That's what we say in life.
Sorry, but we look at it differently as Americans. I look at a Jewish American as being. I look at it like an Israeli American, and this is where you guys are going to probably hate me and say I'm racist or whatever. But I look. Well, they're a problem, but they're kind of not. They are. At the end of the day, they are. It's like if a Mexican American who has citizenship in both Mexico and America is being mistreated in Mexico. Do I look at, would I consider it differently than if this is some gringo who got locked up in Mexico who only has an American citizenship? Yes, absolutely, because he's a pure foreigner. Whereas somebody with dual citizenship is
But multiple people in America have it. Some of us have Irish and American citizenship. Doesn't mean we're not American.
Irish should be banned from America.
There you go then. But really, they're Americans, period, at the end of the day. I don't give a shit. We should go after anybody who harms an American. Like that stance of saying, they're dual citizenship. They could have it for a variety of reasons. They could be, I don't know, they could be Polish and American. You're allowed to have it.
Guys, so we have new people on the stage. I want to welcome Gazelle, Kevin, Rebby, Mountain, and Alan. I want to hear from some of the forces.
I just want to add something to Viking, please. Doesn't matter if they're a foreigner. If America collectively gave them a citizenship and now is representing them as an American whole, they become an American. They contribute to society as much as any other American. America has the same obligations to that American who holds the citizenship, to the same person that was born in America. Doesn't matter if your parents were both immigrants and they just birthed you. In America, you have the same rights once you get that citizenship, because America collectively gave you that citizenship as a whole.
And they have the same obligations to support our country and support it in a time of war. And if they don't, they can get the fuck out.
100%.
Is this Clubhouse? Is this professional advice?
Yes, go ahead. You reach the headquarters of Welby.
Para español, oprime dos.
Okay, bro, we're having honestly a fucking amazing discussion. This is not a troll room.
Yeah, sorry if I
So-
No, I'm not a troll, but think about it, bro. Don't get too serious either, right? Go touch some grass.
What?
Like, I'm just, all I hear is... Es la verga, güey. A la verga.
Puta, pinche cabrón.
¿Por qué no te checo mi verga, puto?
So, Gazelle, Kevin, Mountain,
Have a beer.
cállate, my shinde. Okay, there. Or Euro, I want to pass the mic. I want to hear from somebody new.
No, I just have a question to Pepe. He brought out like a logic. If someone captured his boys and he would go in and blow the other place up and get his boys out. Does that apply to everyone or just their group of people?
It applies to everybody. Because I'm talking about I would say like it's part of human nature that would constitute a natural reaction for any group of people.
I agree. So you know that there's Palestinians captured in Israeli prison for years now without even
oh my God,
like any charges against them.
Stop talking about Palestine.
No, just a second. Like you guys are talking about what I'm saying is, if you guys want to talk like echo chamber between each other, then
no, we don't. But let's have proper discussion then. Hold on. I want to have this discussion with you because so you think that all of those Gazans they're all innocent?
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, you
hold on. If you want to have a proper discussion, why the fuck are you yelling?
I'm sorry.
Do you believe they're innocent? Gazans that are being detained and awaiting other court case.
Oh, 100%, 90% at least.
So 90% of them are innocent?
Yes.
So the IDF just drove around and picked up random people. That's what you believe?
There's no. So what do you like? How do you explain there's no charges against them?
How do you think they got there? Wait, hold on.
How do you explain there's no charges against them for years? They just.
How do you think they got there?
Because the IDF have a big gun and they can go and capture whoever they want.
What do you mean capture? You don't capture people. What do you think they did? They just did teeny, meeny, miny, moments, catching guys and by themselves?
Well, they do worse than that.
I'm gonna steal lunch from you.
So why are you no, like we're just trying to have a meaningful conversation here.
I want to, but it's hard whenever you're eating crayons, brother.
Dad, dude.
That's good.
So like you think they by the law they just do whatever the law is saying and
yeah, I think they're following the word of the law, and when people stab people and they throw rocks at tanks and throw rocks at people, and they're stabbing and they're setting up little attacks, I think they deserve to be detained with due process and sent to prison. And unfortunately, they don't have like a shooting thing where they shoot people in the head when they should do that, like a firing squad. I don't think these people should see the light of day.
But BB, I do think
there's no charges against them.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Oh, it's not confidential information. You can look it up.
Yeah, I mean, there is. You get away with doing a lot of egregious shit. That is true. First of all, when you have mandatory conscription, okay, and so imagine your voter base, which is pretty much all Israelis, as long as they're not, Haredi, they are going to, they all have skin in the game because all of their kids are going to go into the IDF. Do they want a level of insurance that their kids, if they kind of like fuck up, they're not going to be, their life is not going to be destroyed? Yeah, we're talking, like, once again, it's a very human thing. That Americans, I think, may not necessarily appreciate. That's why it's more complicated in Israel.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Let me ask this gentleman a question. So, Gazelle, are you on the phone? Gazelle?
Yeah, I hear you. Sorry, I'm just getting.
How many Gazans are detained? Hello? Gazelle?
Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
How many Gazans are detained?
I don't know the exact number, but in one exchange they released hundreds of them.
So, no, but they released. That's how we're worried about
when
the ones that are detained.
If you guys are following, when they did the exchange with the captive, they exchanged them with hundreds of people who were in prison for.
Okay, so this is an Israeli law, and in 2002, wartime amendments, it allows indefinite detention of individuals from enemy territories, primarily Gaza in this context, based on security, criminal charges, or rates. It functions similarly to administrative detention, but is also tailored for wartime Gaza detainees. So these
had something done to them. I mean, they did something right, and that's why they're being detained.
How do you know if they weren't in front of?
How do you know if they were?
I don't know that anybody in jail in the United States committed a crime that they committed. Like,
Exactly.
This is a silly game to commit. But
How many innocent people in the United States of America are in prison? Because of
there's going to be some of them, obviously.
no, I know, but because how many people that are in the United States?
There's almost 11,000 Palestinians in Brazil under Israeli detention prison. 2,900 of them are being detained without being charged.
That's a lie. It's 1,287.
Yeah.
You said 11,000. It's 1,287.
Security concerns.
It's 1,287 is the number. It's 1,287.
Okay, if you hold for a second, you will see that I will swing back around to how this is. Okay, thank you. Well, you can talk your one, but let me finish and let me just say, because what's his name, Gazelle? Okay, I understand the Palestinians had their moment, but now we're at war with Iran, and you've lost the limelight. Now, that doesn't change your situation or plight, but it changes the world's attention. So if you want to bring it up, you're really not going to get much sympathy the way you did. I'm sorry, that's the way it is. Right now, whatever supporters you had in the United States are more concerned about the war with Iran. When it's over, maybe we can go back to paying attention to fight and all of that. That's the first thing. The second thing is it's a numbers issue. All right? There's 9 million, about 9 million Israelis and 2 million Palestinians. So in that particular case, Israel is the larger population. Now, in this particular war, there's about 90 million Iranians and 9 million Israelis. So now they are the minority. So that's why the dynamics of this discussion change. Now, maybe you don't like it. That's the way it is. Third of all, Israel is being useful to the United States. And that's what Israel and Jewish people tend to be, whether you like it or not. So if they are useful to us, we will support them more. Have Palestinians been to the United States in a significant way? When you have an answer to that question, then maybe you will find that the narrative around Palestinians will change. But right now, the current perception is, as Mike said in the chat, all we see coming from Islam is stabby, stabby, we hate America. I'll leave it there.
Yeah, just a quick question. Was that the case before the Soviet invasion to Afghanistan?
Let only Alan answer this, please, people.
And what does that have to? First of all, I don't know the answer.
Just an innocent question.
I don't, as an American, I don't care.
Okay,
We're not.
I think you should for the following
We are engaged in a military conflict right now, and as an American, with American lives at risk and having been lost, I am going to support our country. I am not interested in what the Soviet Union did in Afghanistan. I am not going to lay blame. I am not going to engage in rhetoric nor support rhetoric that says, oh my gosh, we brought this upon ourselves. It's our policies. Bullshit. You don't like us, don't sell us oil. That's my message to anyone in the Middle East. Don't like us, don't take our money, don't sell us oil, and stop using it to fund terrorists against us, because it's hypocritical.
Okay.
Period.
Next is your Euro. Hold on, Gazelle. Euro, go ahead.
Well, as a regular citizen, there's no regular.
Hold on, Gazelle. Euro, go ahead.
So yeah, I was just gonna say, the U.S. itself also has a different practice for unlawful combatants, and so they're treated separately in the system. So there's nothing that unusual about that. And the figure given earlier about 1237 is exactly correct. That was the figure as of January of this year. It's down from 2,500 from last year. This idea that people are being held for years and years without charges is only true in a very small number of rare cases, and it's being treated like, oh, this is typical. So 59% of all cases are resolved in 6 to 12 months time, 92% in under 2 years. So you're talking about a very small number that go beyond that range. So it's definitely not typical. And I think the suggestion that people being picked up are arbitrarily is just completely unfounded.
Say something here. This guy Gazelle, he acts very innocent and, the victims and, the Palestinians are victims. I mean, it is, that girl, that German girl who got spitted upon and killed in Gaza wasn't killed because she was the enemy. She was killed and humiliated and insulted and raped because she was a non-Muslim. Because she was a war booty. That is why. I'm from India, and India and Pakistan go to war quite a lot. We have skirmishes along the border. When Pakistani soldiers get killed, the Indian army puts them in coffins and returns their body across the border. But when an Indian soldier gets killed in Pakistan, they cut his balls, they cut his head, they stuff the balls in the mouth, and that's how they throw the bodies back alongside the border. Because to them, we're not enemies. We're Hindus. We are the non-Muslims. So, even if Israelis have illegally occupied Palestine, hatred for Israel is not because you guys are the occupiers. Their hate is because you're Jews, that you're not Muslims. That is why they support IRGC against these protesters and demonstrators, because the demonstrators are anti-Islam. Even though they hate the IRGC themselves because they're Shia, and these guys are Sunni. But they will always favor Islam, and only then they will care about Shia or Sunni, and then the non-Muslims. That is how they do. That is how they operate. That's how they think. And this is in the
I think that's a half truth. I mean, the reality is that look, I don't want to shit on the Israelis. They went through a very tough time. They did forcibly locate, especially a lot of Christian people that were living in the area. They did a lot of shit that I would say was very unfair. But we're talking, what is this, going about 80, 70 plus years ago? Whatever. This shit has happened. They're not perfect, just like the U.S. isn't. Now, I will say this. When it came to quote-unquote resistance fighters, now if you look at the time when you had the resistance fighters where they were way less Islamic, they were pan-Arabic, many of them were Christian. I would say it wasn't, I don't know how much of it was necessarily anti-Semitic. I mean, you had people in Europe that had these resistance movements, whether it was the Corsicans, the Basque, the Irish, for I would say less of a provocation, they ended up having these violent resistance movements, and I'm not going to say that I'm not going to say that it was necessarily morally wrong for people to put up a resistance in decades past, but I would say what you see today with the resistance against it, you can't co-sign anything that they're doing, but I'm not against. I'm trying to hold everybody to the same standard, basically, whether it comes to the resistance to the
You said a key thing. You said it a couple times tonight. You said they're not perfect. And
Exactly.
the number one problem is that I've been hearing on this app. And it's guys like Sig Sauer that are like raping my channels right now. And then sending me pictures of emojis of like shit, Israel flagging and F you. He thinks that's gonna get up on my goods. So the problem is that everybody's trying to hold Israel to a perfect standard. And they're like, but Israel does this. Yeah, but every country does that.
Like
but people shut the fuck up, because 1 second, bro, I didn't interrupt.
Oh, I didn't talk.
But I just see you unmuted, and I can see the gray thing that's going around your fucking emote, like your PTR and Shiva. So, when I ask you, and I ask anybody on the stage, is there starvation going on in the United States of America? The answer is yes. Is there starvation going on in every country in the world? Yes. Is there people being oppressed in every country of the world? Yes. That's part of the world.
Yes, I would say correct.
But Israel's not allowed to make any mistakes.
So it's not that. It's just that, like, okay, since October 7th, there's been holy shit, so much propaganda being flung online. And of course, Israel,
it's not propaganda.
They have to, hold on.
It's justification of October 7th.
That is propaganda.
No. I'm not talking about the justification for why they did it. But like, okay, so in other words, what you imply is that
copyright. That's good copyright infringement.
No, you're in a war.
Quite a while, right?
We're in a war together.
I'm talking about in the wars the United States had that had nothing to do with Israel.
Okay, it's intertwined. But can we pass the mic to Euro for a second?
Yeah, but what I was trying to say, no. But what I was trying to say is that wars, and you're gonna have big, you have big critics, okay, and then you're the ones who have to defend yourselves. So you're always on your back foot. And what is your job? It's to make it seem like you basically did nothing wrong.
No,
which it's indefensible because everybody. I'm not talking about you, but I'm talking about that's the strategy.
No, it's not the strategy.
There's one thing that is wrong, and it's the existence of the Jews.
Oh, love to take it again.
50 years ago, the strategy is no longer that. The strategy is we are not going to bend the trembling knee to the anti-Semite. We are not going to be scared Jews and cower away to the world. We are not going to run from terrorism. We are going to fight it at where it stands. And we're going to take out the people that want to fuck with us.
Nobody's saying that you guys should tolerate each
other. But I want to pass it to Euro.
I just want to correct this history here that's being totally misstated. So first of all, we had just heard a few minutes ago that supposedly in the past, the resistance movement wasn't anti-Semitic and that it was driven by other factors. First of all, it wasn't called the resistance movement previously as a relatively... Pan-Arabism was always anti-Semitic, so it's just wrong to say historically it wasn't. It goes back to a time when the leader of the Arabs...
it wasn't my claim. My claim is that was not Islam.
If it's not your claim, that's fine. But I want to make it very clear that it was always anti-Semitic, because that's what I heard, that it wasn't anti-Semitic previously. It was always strongly anti-Semitic, to the point that the leader was working with the Nazis, moved to Germany to work with the Nazis, and then they came back and spilled Nazi propaganda, which was not even about any Palestinian people, or it was just Arabs versus and Muslims versus Jews. And this Palestinian identity as a people developed later, much later. And when that developed, from the beginning, it was anti-Semitic, and it was put in writing. So there's no ambiguity on this.
I want to pass the mic to Gazelle. Well, no, we don't want to just
stage. Go ahead.
Wait, how's it an open stage? Pepe was trying to get off what he was saying, and he cut him off a lot.
Yeah, he's been talking for 4 hours straight.
I know, but you could let him finish.
Yeah, Rich, honestly, fuck up.
Oh, earn the hate, BB.
Okay, there you go. Goes up.
Oh, there's lots of lies that are flowing around. I'm going to start with the last thing the gentleman just mentioned here, that no Palestine. It's not true, because when the British occupied that land, it was Palestine, and you can review their documents.
Let me go after this guy, guys. Continue. Yeah, it's not what I said either.
But thank you. I actually like that.
Anyway.
Thank you. Go ahead.
When I asked Alan about there was any stabbing Muslims before the 1970s and the Soviet Union went to Afghanistan, he said he doesn't want to talk about that. That's actually when the extremist Muslims started. That's not propaganda. You can look it up. Started when the American government funded these extremists. I know you were saying, "Oh, you're God."
No, I'm just wondering, like, how the fuck, what happened? Just let him.
Also, he's correct. We did fund these people.
Gazelle, finish up your please. I want Gabriel to grab this next.
And I'll answer him after he's done.
Let Gabriel go, please, after Gazelle. Please, guys.
Okay, I think Alan should care about that because it's his government that's funding these extremists to fight the Soviet Union. Then when that was done, they cut them loose and they turned their heads to fight us now. And then, by the way, you can look up videos for when they invited these extremists to the White House and called them freedom fighters. They're the same extremists that did 9/11 after 2 years after.
Thank you. I'll let Gabriel say something real quick. David, I was wondering how Gabriel can go right away. So
in other words, what you're saying is they're ungrateful fucks. We help support them in their fight against the Russians, and then they turn around and fight us. Even more reason to fuck with them. That's my first back in the war with Afghanistan, when those of us who know understand that the battle between Christians and Islam and Jews goes back hundreds of years. This didn't start in the 70s. It didn't need a reason to hate Christians. They don't need a reason to
That's
hate.
how many different fees, taxes, and permits the city hits us with.
Just into your religion. So don't fucking lie to this audience. Like it has something to do with the American-funded when it has the blame for supporting more terrorists.
Thank you. But that's real close now. Thank you, Owen. Gabriel, the floor is yours.
Okay, thanks, guys.
So Mayor Kitover,
We're talking about the bills that touch every household. The easiest one, Alan started to talk about it really well, I think, but the idea that the West created extremism. Yes, sure, extremism exists in Muslim and Islamist societies, but it's all a result of the West. It is the biggest load of shit, and it was invented by folks like Edward Said, who were, in my opinion, given a stupid of a Muslim history. And so the simplest thing to say is that Islam divides the world into Dar al-Harb, which is the house of war, and Dar al-Salam, which is the house of peace. So when people say Islam is the house of peace, yes, for anyone who converts to Islam, anyone who is Muslim. And actually, well, you have to be the right kind of Muslim because the different sects of Islam kill the fuck out of each other all the time. So the first thing is to say that extremism, right, is unfortunately cooked into Islam. Now, are there good things in Islam? Sure. The shit that they copied from the Jews and they copied from the Christians are good things. So there's plenty of good Muslims, following the good things. But there are way too many Muslims who follow the shitty things, 3 of which we all are aware of. Number 1, looking at the whole world who isn't Muslim as kafir, as people who are part of Dar al-Harb and are to be conquered or killed. Number 2, if anyone is a Muslim and dares to leave Islam, right? This is, by the way, this is a feature feature of Islam. It's not a bug, okay? I dare anybody to tell me this is not a core part of Islam, right? Okay. So if somebody leaves... No, you cannot, because I'm speaking. I'm answering your 3 points. You gish-galloped over 3 things, but you were actually relatively brief. I will do you the same favor, and then you can insist. They are allowed to kill you. That is actually part of the faith. And then the third thing, of course, is the idea that everyone, including non-Muslims, has to live by Sharia. These things, right, are features of the religion which make it a cancerous political ideology, not simply a religion of faith. Buddhism, Judaism, nothing fucking wrong with criticizing Islam. So number 1, Islam breeds extremism from its foundational texts to its commentaries to all of its empires. Now, the second point I'm going to hit is that extremism, right, was not created in the 1970s. That extremism started with the Arab-Muslim conquest of Jerusalem, which Arab and Muslim historians brag about. So when people talk about colonization, it's about the land. Spare me the bullshit, okay? Jerusalem was one of like 25 significant places, states, empires that Arab-Muslim conquered. Arabization and Islamization are bragged about today by Arab and Muslim historians. There's even a concept that if land was Arab or Muslim at one point, it must remain that way. That's why all these fuckers are talking about Al-Andalus. Al-Andalus. We have to get Spain back. We have to get Portugal back because it was once Muslim land and it must belong to Muslims. Again, this is a colonialist, imperialist, throw more word salad at it, throw left word salad, throw right word salad, but it is a conquering mentality. There's no 2 words about it. So I don't want to hear lefty bullshit, right, about, oh my God, Israelis, they conquered, they colonized. They didn't colonize jack shit. But you know who did colonize, right? The Amazigh were colonized, right? The Egyptians are not Arab or Muslim. Egyptians, true Egyptians, are Copts. And then there's other groups that are the indigenous people of that area. They were Arabized and colonized. Then you get to Armenians, Chaldeans, Assyrians. Today, a lot of these guys are Iraqi, and they call themselves Arab. But actually, most Chaldeans are almost extinct. Assyrians, Arameans, right? These people were Christians. Many of them were the wrong type of Muslim, and because they were the wrong ethnicity, they weren't Arab. You can keep going. You get to 10 African tribes. Arab Muslim supremacy, colonization, and mass murder has gone on for 1,400 years. I didn't even cover the 1,400 years of the Arab and Muslim slave trade, which fucking goes on till today. So if you're trying to say that the U.S. and the West traveled back in time 1,400 years and made the Prophet Muhammad go and his followers go conquer and mass murder in Jerusalem and then go conquer Black African peoples and castrate them and kill 10 to 20 million of them, and that's just enslave those guys because of a time machine. I don't believe you, okay? Extremism called Islam, okay? Now, that is not an attack on every Muslim. It's not an attack on all Muslims. It is simply a fact of history because by the time you lived with one country, Arabia, that was Arab and Muslim, something must be up. And then the last thing I'll say, that's one sentence. I appreciate you guys hearing me out. Called Palestine, there was no coin called Palestine with Palestinian coins. What we had was a place, like let's call it Texas.
One eternity later.
Yes, exactly. Let's call it Texas, okay? Texans, right, are not 7 or 8, 6 generations of mental abuse.
Land.
Yeah. You can say that you can argue that there are people whose whole purpose is to destroy other people, but there was never a country called Palestine back then.
Thank you.
I agree with everything you said.
Hold on. Gazelle, you want to rebuttal this one?
Yeah, just quickly here.
Make it quick. You have 1 minute.
A lot quicker than Gabriel.
And
Okay, Gabriel.
the naked eye,
the list that you just listed
you
is
cannot
full lies.
detect any.
I'm not sure where to start.
Explain everything a minute in the best way possible. And this piece of shit fucking jihadist say whatever you say is a lie.
Okay,
Shut the fucking ass up.
Wait, where are we engaged with the terrorism?
That's why I said you can never.
Okay, were we wanting to engage with the terrorists though?
Well, yes, we do want to engage with the terrorists.
You just can't kick everybody down just because they're retards.
I'm not bringing back up this. I'll come back.
Guys, this is stupid though. Why would you just let him like bury himself? He was making it.
Again, we're
No,
gonna.
I think it's fine to let him say what he wants to say, but he should say what the lies are rather than saying they're all lies.
They used to
Say
this
is a lie.
Maybe they like kicked him down, and I don't even agree with the guy, but they kicked him down right when he was about to list off all of the lies.
Tell him what he thinks.
Even though I disagree with him.
We're gonna be
Is that outrage?
So how do you explain all the churches and all the Christians survived these horrifying years that you were describing now and survived for 1400 years?
Hold on. He's replying to me. Let me answer him.
Yeah, Gazelle, is it rhetorical or do you want Gabriel to respond?
I'm just gonna give him an example. So I'm original from Iraq.
Go ahead.
I'm original from Iraq. We have lots of
my
Christians
family is too. Go ahead.
They're faggots. Okay.
So we have lots of, as you know, maybe we have lots of churches. We had lots of Christians.
Yeah, but you pieces of shit literally made them have to leave.
Oh, that's after the war. That's after the.
Could you be quiet, or whoever that is? Just let Gazelle speak.
I'm trying to be as much as respectful as I can. So some of you guys don't know that language, unfortunately.
Gazelle, continue. You have 1 minute. Land your plane.
I just gave him an example of
I want you to touch base on the
brutality that you
Okay. So you said that's a lie. Can I answer? In 30 seconds? All right.
Please.
BB, show me on the doll where you were touched.
All right. So, Chaldeans, Assyrians, and Aramaeans are Christians. Chaldeans are down to less than 600,000 people worldwide. Okay, there was an Assyrian empire. They were conquered, and they have been mass murdered by Arab Muslims who ruled over them, just like 20 plus other religious and ethnic minorities. That's my answer.
That's actually not true. So the Assyrians were 3000 BC, 50,000 years BC. Islam came 600.
And after Islam came, how did they treat Assyrians? How did they treat Assyrians? How did they treat Assyrians? I can find you with Assyrians tomorrow. You can ask. Would you like to ask 100 Assyrians how they were treated? Would you like to ask?
Right here. You were talking. I'm talking about Iraq 3,000 years before.
Gazelle, you're squirming. I'm saying when Arab Muslims control, it's very simple. When Arab Muslims control a state, a city, an empire, they treat other minorities, right? They treat Christians and Jews like dhimmi, like third-class apartheid citizens. And they did that to Assyrians just as recently as the past 100 years in Iraq.
I'm not going to try to defend Islam because I'm not religious.
Really? Okay. Am I wrong? No. Are Jews and Christians not treated as dhimmi citizens?
Yes.
I have no of that or to deny it.
Really? With the Jews? Really?
The Copts in Egypt? Seriously? The Coptic Christians?
You guys play the same fucking game with them that you play with us. Like, this is so obnoxious. Like, you're so disingenuous.
You were listing the wars between Muslims and these people.
Gazelle.
But you forgot all the wars in Europe.
Gazelle, can I ask you a question? Do you think we can get the answer from ChatGPT, from AI? I'm asking you, do you think we can get the answer from AI?
No, I'm not saying what Muslims did back then was perfect.
Simply a religion of... No, wait, Gazelle, you didn't answer Rafi's question. Rafi asked you, do you think we can get the answer from ChatGPT or artificial intelligence from AI?
Love and our faith in God.
The Assyrians, the Copts, the Chaldeans, they've been treated like shit. They've been treated like third-class citizens in Muslim-run countries for the last 1,000 years.
Yeah,
Yeah, I actually asked the question, so I have an answer from GPT.
What are we gonna take that as factual, Gazelle? Or are we gonna
Were you gonna discredit Saints
So
Hold on, Gazelle, you're not that Muslim. You just said you don't follow. But if we give you the answer, would you have the same opportunity to get the same answer? Yeah. Are you gonna accept it?
of course, once you tell me the resources.
Okay, so Hero, please, the mic, the stage is yours. Since you already looked it up.
So
you can verify.
So this is the question I asked. I said, did the Assyrian population decline significantly under Islamic rule? Okay, so I thought that was phrased pretty neutrally. And it says yes, but not all at once. There wasn't an immediate catastrophic collapse right after the Islamic conquest, but over the long term, the Assyrian population declined significantly under Muslim-ruled states. The steepest and most devastating declines were often later, not in the first centuries of Islam. So I hope that answers. I mean, there's a lot more, but it's
Euro, can you do me one small favor? Swap out Assyrian for Copt and just focus on Egypt. Say, how have the Copts of Egypt, the Christian Copts, fared under majority Muslim rule?
Yeah, they have pogroms and they run around and kill them in the street or the church.
I'm not sure what to do.
Gazelle, you made us explain that everything Gabriel said was a lie.
Yeah.
We started dissecting everything that Gabriel said. Now we're verifying it. Now you're saying we don't know how we got here.
Yeah. He mentioned.
You made that claim that he lied.
Yes,
like you knew on every topic that he spoke on. You made a statement he lied.
Yes.
Now we ask you if you're gonna take what we're gonna give you, and you have the same information by your fingertips to find out right now, and to verify this information what Gabriel said. Are you gonna accept it? You said yes.
No.
I'm playing stupid. You don't know how we got here.
No. Wait. Like he says, the Assyrians, the numbers declined after Islam. It didn't say how. Like what happened?
It said after the Muslim conquest. Did you notice that part? There was a conquest.
You brought me
What happened?
You look down rotten pieces shit. You have some of the oldest. Hold on. You have some of the oldest Christian populations in the fucking world that speak Aramaic, the closest language, at least currently, that what Jesus would have spoke. Yes, they absolutely had to, because of like Muslim youths like you, that would terrorize them and fucking kill them. And like the fact that I have to listen, and this is a problem with I don't. Does the left have any safeguards when it comes to talking to these fucking people?
No.
This is hard to know. You people are venomous as shit. Literally. Shut your goddamn filthy fucking diaper head mouth, you fucking faggot.
So I actually
You infect the world with your fucking filth. And when they're not willing to go along with it, you fucking terrorize them and kill them. That is a goddamn game.
Hold on.
So I have the answer to that question.
Okay, please. Now verify the next. So, Gazelle, we're taking everything Euro says as factual, right? Correct, Gazelle? You admitted that. And again, you can verify, Gazelle, by going to the same chat GPT and typing in the name answer and reading it with your own two eyes.
Yeah.
And asking for
Two things. One is, the next question I asked was about the Copt population, but about the Assyrian population, part of the answer I didn't read is the explanation of why and how, so you raised a good question, because I didn't mention how. So it said, and I read this first part, the steepest and most devastating declines were often later, not in the first centuries of Islam. For Assyrians, some of the most severe demographics came under later Muslim-ruled polities, especially the late Ottoman period and World War I, when the Assyrian genocide, often called Sepho, killed very large numbers and shattered historic communities. Modern displacement in Iraq, Syria, Iran, and Turkey then reduced the population further. So the answer did explain how. And then the next question I asked was, what about the Copt population in Egypt? That's my entire question. It says the Coptic population declined very substantially under Islamic rule over the long term. The strongest concise statement I found is from historical economic paper by Mohammed Saleh. Copts fell from almost all of Egypt's population in 641 to about 7% by 1897.
Okay, so I just asked ChatGPT the same question, and I got a different answer.
No, okay, that's what the Copt population may fall.
Answer with your facts on it, so we can check.
Okay, so early Islamic and medieval periods after the Muslims.
First of all, hold on. Gazelle, how did you state your question?
How did Muslims treat Christians in what's called Iraq right now?
Yeah, so a totally different question, of course.
Yeah, you asked them a question.
So don't you think this is a good question, like good wording for the question?
No,
for to ask for what period of year, like what specific timeline are we asking?
Yeah, the answer was specific. So early Islamic period, which is the 7th century, Christians became part of an Islamic state. Christians were considered people of the book. I don't know if you guys know, but or whoever is following Torah or Bible.
Bro, we don't need a history fucking breakdown. We all know this. Hurry up.
Okay, and we're allowed to practice their religion, special text. So the only different thing was
practicing your religion was literally butchering people and stripping away the rights of the native people that like.
So point number 2 from the answer. Many Christians held important roles, especially in medicine, translation, and administration during the Abbasid Caliphate.
Because Arabs weren't dumb. Because Arabs weren't dumb.
It has absolutely nothing to do with what Gabriel said. Gabriel said the Assyrian population was significantly reduced under Islamic rule, and so was the Copt population. And you said your response to that was, that's a lie. So then I asked GPT, and it says yes. And it says significantly, it didn't happen in the early Islamic rule, which I already said. It happened more recently under the late Ottoman period, where there was a genocide, an Assyrian genocide, and large people were killed, and then there was a large displacement. As far as the Copt population, it went from 100% down to 7%. So I don't know how you could say that's a lie to say.
Gazelle, and I asked you specifically, what time frame did you choose in that question that you asked? Why 7th century?
Because the Islam came in the 650. So it's like
but we were talking about the 7th century.
But you're talking about like till now?
Yes, I said that twice. I said that under. Let me listen. What you took issue with, right? One of the things, right? Because I booted out like 7 or 8 significant facts. You said they're all lies. One of my facts was simply that groups like the Copts, who used to be a majority, Coptic Christians were a majority in Egypt. They're now a minority. One moment, listen. They're now a minority, okay? Coptic girls are kidnapped and raped or force converted today. There are dozens of articles about this. Google Coptic girls abducted in Egypt.
You made a fallacy.
Congress had to have the U.S. Congress. It got so bad, and Egypt's our ally, that the U.S. Congress had to have hearings about why Christian girls were being abducted and in their youth mass raped or force converted, and it's still happening today. So I'm just trying to tell you that under Muslim rule, right? It doesn't matter if it was a conquest, in the 7th century, or it wasn't. In many cases, it was. The point is that under Muslim majority rule, indigenous peoples who used to be a minority are now minorities, and they are treated terribly. Jews are just one of the groups. All kinds of Christians, Kurds, Assyrians, Arameans, Chaldeans, right? Amazigh. literally every place where there was an indigenous group, once Islam took hold, right? And I'm not blaming all of Islam. I'm saying the way this all happened, right, is that apparently every time you have a Muslim majority country, the former majority indigenous groups of people, they lose their language, they lose their religion, they lose their livelihoods eventually, and then their population dwindles. And you can go down the list of 20 groups I named. That's the problem.
So what you're trying to say is,
and Hindu girls are also kidnapped and sent in Pakistan.
100% correct. But
Wait a second, just to be fair, I asked GPT the question the same way he phrased it. So I said, how were Christians treated during the late Ottoman period? And it gives a very long answers, and I'll read from it. For Armenians, conditions deteriorated badly in the 1890s, many massacres, and then catastrophically in 1915-19, when the government carried out deportations and mass against Armenian Christians during the First World War.
Is a Coptic Christian, just by the way.
You don't know what Google is?
Coptic. I'll look it up. But really, is this a big group?
Yeah.
Is it?
A lot of Coptics.
In the Middle East?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I have Google now. I got your point. But how are you?
I mean, you don't hear about Coptic Christians kidnapping and murdering Muslim girls, dude.
No, but I just heard that Gabriel talking about it. I believe him. So.
Yeah, Gabriel's bringing fucking fire.
Yeah, I'll brush up, but it's really a mess, isn't it?
If you know everything there is about Islamic history and crime, it's pretty damning.
I know very little, but I am negatively biased. So I was also, blocked from the Twin Towers and 9/11. So I have my whole personal trauma history on that one. But
Do you think there were detonators inside the buildings?
I had a phase where I believe that. What do you think?
Without a doubt.
Yeah, I've seen those side-by-side videos, right? Where is that what you're referring to? Stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
The 7 building, right?
No, I'm just saying that controlled demolitions,
yeah,
are a thing, and there's just no way that a building at the top on fire can just fall like that unless it's controlled demolition. It's impossible.
Yeah. Haven't thought about that.
I mean, it'll burn like a candle, but it won't fucking drop.
Yeah. Jesus, what a day. Well, you were a child when that happened, right?
I was a freshman in college.
Okay. Not quite a child.
I watched it live on TV. I saw the second one go in, and I was like, what the fuck? A second plane hit? I was like, oh my God. I was like, this isn't a coincidence. I was like, this is like a coordinated attack.
I was on
it's
the
crazy.
bus, John, look up City Hall, and the bus driver, we all felt it. He goes, this is the end of the line, folks. I don't know what's going on. And I walked down there, it's like, pandemonium. But what a crazy, crazy thing. You know what I said, John, about the people who were rushing up Broadway? I said, these people are overreacting. What could happen? Yeah. You had no phones back then, John.
Mm-hmm.
Remember? And, an hour later, I was stuck in my building because of the collapse. What a crazy thing. What are you going to do? Aren't you going to get married and have kids?
I don't know. I'm working on that.
You should. Okay, good. All right.
Yeah, listening to Pepe all day isn't going to be fulfilling enough for me, unfortunately. I had like a moment of panic today where I was like meditating and sitting in the sun, and I just heard Pepe's voice. And I started panicking. I was like, oh no, how do I get rid? I was like, how do I get this guy's voice out of my head?
What a voice, though. Yeah. I got the same problem.
It's literally like Kermit the Frog if he got beat over the head with a baseball bat.
The things he says are just...
See, what's really stupid is when you listen to him, you assume his liability and responsibility. And so it's crazy to listen to this guy because it becomes the Pepe show. And it's basically a retarded show. And if you're higher intelligence than him, he can't necessarily make you dumber, but if you're choosing to listen to him, then you are actually dumber.
It's like whippets, John. Have you ever done them? You know, the club drug of the 80s.
I've seen people at concerts do that. I'm like, are these people crazy? Like, what a horrible drug.
It's horrible. You lose brain cells. But I've done those in the 80s. And later, when I read up on it, I said, what an idiot. Why would you do that to yourself? You know better. You're a smart half-joke.
I know. It's like choosing to take a nail gun and just shoot a nail in your brain.
Exactly. It's like listening to Pepe. Okay, well, I hope they don't arrest us for the pejorative commenting. I actually respect that guy more than many others.
Pepe?
Because, yeah, I can't explain it. Do you?
Oh God, no! I can't believe that people, even Jews, share the stage with him because he calls people the K word. He's mentally unstable. But the thing is, it's like, if this is what he thinks is like responsible, or like, you know, if his dad was to listen to him, I'm not trying to project here, but like, I don't know. It's just not. See, the part. You can't be proud of it. You can't be proud of it. Well, it's stupid. I mean, write an essay and publish something, but like to come on here and scream and scream and scream, it's so stupid, so juvenile.
Totally agree. He's been one of my least favorites. But lately, I have found myself, similar to the way you described, listening to him going, what is the fascination, Jane? He's so, it's like abnormal fake.
See, if you believe that all communication is hypnosis, this is Pepe's hypnosis. But again, it goes back to the person who's willing to submit to the hypnosis Pepe session. It's your choice, you know.
Well, John, as always, thank you. I see you're running for mayor. I'll get the updates.
I am. I see Scott's doing well. He's looking thin. He's dating a girl. Oh my gosh, he turned it all around.
I met her. Yeah, she's lovely.
Wow, good for him.
Very nice. She has children. He's well, I hope he'll do well there. She's very nice.
Good. Everybody needs. Have you ever seen the movie Blues Brothers?
Yeah, when I was a child.
Yep. Everybody needs somebody.
I agree.
That movie is a very funny movie because the whole thing is hypnosis. They're like magician hypnotists who go around society trolling it, and then they get called up on stage and they play their version of like a mythical Chicago duo called the Blues Brothers that don't actually exist, but everybody accepts it as such. When they hear the music, they like it, but you know, prior to that, nobody knows who they are. It's a very funny movie because it forces all these assumptions onto the viewer. It's very funny. I was watching it today. I was like, this is actually genius and very funny because
I gotta rewatch that.
Yeah, because they just make up the character. It's all made up, but they have a lot of cameos of like famous musicians and famous celebrities.
It was so popular. It was so popular.
I know, it's kind of funny. It's like it makes me want to dress up as a blues brother and like go around town and do music. Yeah, it's just a simple black and white suit, but it's a genre of blues, but it's all made up. It's just fantasy, just like Clubhouse and Pepe being intelligent. I mean, do you hear him speak?
I think what's going on there is, no, I didn't say I thought he was intelligent. It was a relative comparison. That sometimes he seems to know history more than others. Yeah. I mean,
Fucking
really can't believe how much people just listen to him.
See, he's got energy, and I think a lot of people would.
I think that's what it is. Something intangible.
See, from a recorder's perspective, I never want dead airtime. So he is a good filler because he doesn't stop, and so there's always I think a lot of the people here are just playing it, and then they're organizing and cleaning in the background. But when you actually listen to him, and if you were to take all of his worst, most racist, horrible things that he says, he is garbage. He is literally like a mountain of garbage.
Why there is a sense that he has multiple channels when people say, well, he's doing a role. No, he isn't. He's always the same.
I don't know why Jews even they mod him. They listen to him say horrific things. I just can't believe it.
About a year ago, I wrote to Abby and I tried to make we're not exactly friendly, but I respect her enough. And I went, why are you friends with him?
Mm-hmm.
He hates us. And she gave me some polite answer about well, he's a Zionist. And I'm like, we're making deals with
It's crazy. He's not a Zionist. He is
I don't
not.
think he is either. But
It doesn't matter. See, the thing is, he's just a whole. If you
Jews in America making deals with the dumbest among us, Americans.
It's not a deal. They're just tolerating it because I think eventually you have to realize he's never going away. He loves being here, and so.
All the Huckabee people, I'm saying, like the broader group of evangelicals that are obsessed with Israel, so AIPAC likes them. Heard Seth and all that. I mean, these are dumb people.
Yeah, but so what? I mean,
To preserve Israel, we have to fuck up all of America.
Are you kidding me? America's fucked up with or without Israel. Like we're stupid.
I agree.
We tax ourselves to death. We're the cruelest people. We're insane. We're stupid. We've ruined the country in 20 fucking years. 20 fucking years we ruined the country. 25 years we've ruined this fucker. We have depleted it all. It's gone. There's nothing left. There's no pension money. It's just one giant fucking mortgage, and the revenue is going down. The businesses are shutting down. Like the whole system is caving in slowly, but it's caving. It's not growing. It's caving. It's just because of all the debt.
It's kind of a funny thing. Are your parents in their 60s?
Yeah.
Like the notion of Social Security. I don't think there's anyone who's been professional, who's planning to live on it. No.
My mother lives on it. She's so cheap. She pees in the toilet 5 times before she flushes it.
Well, my mother does too, by the way. I'm saying people my age. I'm not eligible until.
It's not that people expect to live off of it. It's the fact. It's everything. It's Medicare, Medicaid at $4 trillion a year. It's not just Social Security.
We need money. I don't know why they don't just give everybody a right. Give us all a check.
Exactly. They should cut. They should cut everything and just issue us checks.
With it. Yes. Yeah. And I think that's not understood. There are many. I'm a Democrat, as you know, but on that issue, I don't think that sounds very much. That sounds like a conservative, and I don't care. Because I'm like, it is stupid. It doesn't work. But even me, I'm like, but I had to pay money for my fucking whole life. Write me a check. Give me something. Don't you think that should simplify everything? They won't do that. I don't know.
Well, it's possible that we go into a World War III type of thing, and everybody is just shuffled along and pushed down the stairs, and
Yeah.
Yeah,
Massive death.
it's possible.
The weeding out. Yeah, it's gross.
It's possible. I keep saying that baby boomers want to boom, and like they're gonna actually like take us to the next level of stupidity.
Seems so. My dad and mom, they're already 80, so they're like that generation prior to baby boomers.
Yeah, my dad's turning 80.
Uh,
He's not clueless though. I mean, he knows there's corruption out there like everywhere. It's wild. But anyways, all right. Well, Jane, I don't want to keep you anymore. Have a great evening. Okay, bye-bye.
You tell me that like Kim Jong Un is somebody who's a good person? That we should respect his quote unquote authority?
What? That was for you, Gazelle. You Sharmoto Kasumkum.
I'm very smart, you know 2 words in Arabic.
No, Kasumkum South Sudanese, it means retard.
My question was, let's say Trump invaded North Korea tonight. Who is that? Holy shit. Okay, let's say that Trump invaded North Korea tonight, got rid of the regime. You know, there's going to obviously be growing pains.
Alan, close your fucking mic while you're washing dishes. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, there's obviously going to be growing pains between the North Koreans and the South Koreans because, you know, one group has been malnourished, abused, probably has way higher rates of PTSD and so forth. But do you think that it's morally wrong that we would want to, I don't know, free North Koreans?
No, what I think is you guys never do that for moral reasons. Never.
Oh. Well, I mean, you're I would say like at least half correct there.
Wait, how is it not moral to kill fucking terrorists?
Because you would say that when you came and invaded, right? You said there's weapons of mass destruction.
No. That was just a lie.
You guys lied.
Yeah, that was a lie.
Exactly.
Yeah, Saddam switched over the U.S. petrodollar 98 to the euro. We went back in there. Second we took Baghdad, we switched back over to the U.S. petrodollar. We destabilized Iraq. We got rid of Saddam because he started with all this fuckery shit, even though we were the ones that put him in fucking power under fucking Bush Sr., you know, controlling the run of the fucking CIA. And then we destabilized Afghanistan, and then we trained all their fucking soldiers, and then we left them billions of dollars of munitions and let them fight the Chinese and Russians as they come back in. And then we fucking toppled Syria because they fucked around. So fuck around and find out.
Fucked around, you mean they want it to be a free country?
Yeah. We do what we want. This is America, motherfucker.
That's pure tourism.
Oh, yeah, that's crazy.
So I'm still waiting, Gazelle. Are you going to concede to the point that
you're just mad that you're not the biggest terrorist group? We are.
What?
You guys are a bunch of pussy faggots that get your ass kicked. And you guys are like, but you guys lost in Iraq and Afghanistan. You know, we killed like 1.5 million Iraqis and over 1 million fucking Afghanis. We killed like 3 to 5 million citizens, civilians. Iraq and Afghanistan both. Like, how is that a fucking loss when we only lost like 4,000 soldiers over 22 years? Like, yeah, we really lost. We lost 4,000. And a huge fucking number of those are like accidents and suicides. You know, like fucking all kinds of big shit. Like somebody drove their fucking truck, their Humvee off a fucking cliff, and like 5 soldiers died. So yeah, I mean, yeah, we lost 4,000. You guys lost like 10 million. So go fuck yourself. You lost. Same thing with Gaza. You know, you guys killed what? Fucking 1,200 people, and we've murked fucking 80,000 of you motherfuckers. It's amazing.
I'm not proud of any civilian killed. I'm like,
too bad. You should cry about the Nazis in Stalingrad and fucking Dresden. You should cry about all that shit too. You should cry about Iwo Jima and Nagasaki.
To Thursday.
You should fucking cry about fucking D-Day.
Let's actually do Third
You guys agree with what this guy said?
You should cry about fucking Normandy and D-Day. You should cry about fucking Iwo Jima. You should cry about 40,000 people dying a day. I know, it's fucking crazy, yeah. But how is Islam a race, you fucking retard? Explain that. You guys love throwing that away. You can say Islamophobia, but a phobia is an irrational fear. This is irrational fear. This is irrational hatred. This is justified why I have hatred for Islam.
You should.
I mean, I know your Quran, your Hadith, and your tafsirs. It's fucking disgusting.
Do you guys agree with what this guy is saying?
100%. Partially. Most of them. Some of them a whole heart.
Wasn't it your prophet wasn't a pedophile?
Yeah, he fucked Aisha.
So you guys,
he married Aisha when he was 51. Oh shit, he was 51. Aisha was 6. He consummated marriage and was old when he was 54. And he penetrated her. He used the thigh her.
No, because I have a question. Because you talk a lot of stuff. What would you do if you had a time machine?
Oh, yeah, I love this one. Yeah, if I had a time machine, I'd go back, kidnap Prophet Muhammad. I'd let pigs anally rape him and ejaculate into his asshole. And then I'd let all the donkeys and all the other livestock fuck him in the ass. And then I would cut his head off and I would chop him up into pieces. Then I'd feed him to pigs. Then I'd burn the pigs. Then I'd fucking bury the pigs and pour sulfuric acid so all the burnt parts are all gone. So that way
What?
Excellent. Thank you.
again.
Oh, actually, you know what? I take it back. I would probably let the Al-Zut men rape him some more too.
Is there anyone that
Brazil, are you supposed to leave when somebody insults your prophet? You're not supposed to associate and engage with that person. And you keep engaging on this stage. I know you're not a super religious person, but I guess you're just. I guess you're just.
I know.
I just want to know. I'm just trying.
But he's supposed to run away like a coward little bitch.
I'm trying to
like this sort of fucking
guys here. Do you guys agree with what this guy is saying?
Hold on. We'll get a vote on this. Everybody who agrees with me put a 1 in the chat. Everybody who disagrees put a 0.
No, what he said, just for those who didn't listen to what he said.
See how many ones we get. Anybody agree? 1. Oh, there's 1-0. Oh fuck. I'm losing. Oh, there's 1. Oh shit. One's coming in, baby. Yeah, we got this. Yeah. Get some, motherfucker. This is why you guys lose. We have more energy.
This is clearly on crack.
Galaxy, you have AIDS, like full blown.
You're on crack.
You don't have HIV anymore. You have those big fucking AIDS sores on your arm. Remember when you were standing in the lobby with your gay little fucking Daredevil or no, Deadpool looking fucking dog, and you were standing there holding that ugly fucking fugly looking dog, and you had those big AIDS sores all over your arms. You're gonna be dead soon.
Oh no! Oh no!
I think the 1's won and the 0's lost. I thank all of the committee for voting for me, and I'll sing this little song. Muhammad is a pedophile. Muhammad is a piece of shit. Muhammad is burning in hell.
Muhammad is a
pedophile.
You can just be normal? Like, why do you have to be an idiot?
No. Like KK said, I'm a crackhead, and I'm on crack. And meth.
You're not religious. Where is your father? What's going on?
Oh shit, I got Mikhail and KK mixed up with the same PTR.
Well, most of the people here are like agreeing with what you just said here. Like,
well, don't throw fucking skulls at me when you ate your fucking wife's pussy while she's on her period. That's disgusting, bro. No, I'm talking about William Wallace in the chat. He gave me skulls. He ate his own wife's pussy while she was on her period.
Okay, then you guys are lost in cause here.
No, William should be taken out back.
Yeah, I know we're non-believers. You're supposed to kill us, but you can't.
No, it's not that. I know. About your beliefs, but celebrating killing over 1 million civilians is
no, 3 to 5 million. It was 1 million combatives.
1.5 million in Iraq and 1 million in Afghanistan, 5 million civilians in each country. So it's between 6 and 10 million civilians. But that wasn't a genocide. You Muslims weren't crying genocide then. You were just crying war crimes. You weren't saying it was fucking genocide. But then when Israel fucking engages with the Gaza, so the most densely populated area on Earth, compacted with a bunch of fucking kids because y'all are having like 18 fucking kids per each fucking woman. And you're like, oh, these 16-year-olds are running around with Kalashnikov, shitty F, and throwing rocks and trying to stab IDF soldiers and trying to shoot rockets at them. And the 16-year-old gets shot, and you go, oh, this baby boy is dead, this baby boy is dead. It's like, well, stop teaching your fucking kids Sesame Street, where you literally have cartoons where a fucking Palestinian fucking guy stands there. Well, actually, they had one cartoon where they were teaching the two kids to get knives and go stab the fucking Israelis in the neck. And then they had another one where there was a fucking security guard or police officer standing there, and then the guy standing across, and he observes him at like 1:30 doing like fucking switching out with another guard. So then he goes and gets a guard's uniform, and then he goes and pretends he's the new guard taking over that fucking position at that time at 1:30, and switches out like a minute earlier, takes his fucking gun away, and then walks through the grocery store and starts shooting people. This is literally the videos you guys make for your Palestinian kids. It's fucking disgusting.
Blame them if you think about them that way.
You think it's right to make Sesame style fucking commercials where you show Bert and Ernie sitting there saying, kill the fucking dudes? Right. Go and get a knife and fight in jihad for Allah.
Negative, Rich.
And stab the fucking Jew in the face. Imagine making cartoons for kids. Like, dude, hold on. Ocean. When people do that in the United States and they make Spider-Man videos on YouTube and they put them out and they fucking put them out to kids and they're like, hey kids, look, this is Spider-Man like fucking Princess B, and then he like cuts her head off and shit, and they make these like animated cartoons and they market them for fucking kids because they're evil fucking people. We fucking say that that's abhorrent and fucking disgusting and horrific, but then when the Palestinians do the same thing, they're like, oh, Allahu Akbar.
Meanwhile, Spider-Man is fighting aliens most of the times, or bad guys. And then these guys are raising their
kids. They literally put like cartoon snuff videos and molecular kids on YouTube. And we take that shit immediately down and ban their accounts and call it fucking horrific. But when the Palestinians do, they scream Allahu Akbar. So fuck them.
That's why I said Americans are very privileged people. They're very spoiled people.
It's called first world problems.
They got it so good. They don't realize how fucked up it is out there. So they think there is something better for them out there.
Yeah, go watch the videos about the Bachabazi boys, and then you'll be like, oh.
I know, I see those. They're absolutely wrong. There's nothing better out there. You got the best of the best in human history, and you fucking it up. Europe fucked it up for themselves, and some fucking lefties, dumb fuck liberals, fucking Democrats are fucking it up in this country as well. So yeah.
I just want to say we gotta watch what we say about on some subjects because Roya has her eye on you, Rafi, and I. Takes a second. What are you doing, Rafi?
Me? Oh, nothing.
Are you hot liking?
I am hot liking 1 second. Let me get up.
Wait, is that Shuki? Like the real Shuki or fake Shuki? I think it is the real Shuki.
I don't know. He follows Amir's house. This is not the real Shuki.
Yeah.
I fear I won't follow nobody.
Oh, it is Shuki. It is Shuki. Shuki guns, yeah. Hey, listen here, motherfucker.
The Chicago mayor is already moving out with the election less than a year away. Community organizer John Kitover says had the Chicago mayor is already moving out with the election.
Got somebody kick him?
Did somebody kick him? Did BB kick him? Shuki, I'm sorry, BB kicked you. He's a piece of shit.
Somebody kick Shuki? Anybody?
To kick Shuki. I had Chuck. Somebody bring Shuki back up.
I got it.
I want to hear Shuki scream. I see you on the Shuki Express. Look up, Rafi.
Shuki's the original of the Muhammad is a pedophile.
Yeah, where do you think I got it? Yeah. You're a fucking piece of shit, baby.
Honestly.
Yeah, what a scumbag.
BB. No, we love BB. But Rich.
BB, you're right.
Fucking faggot, you're confusing me.
You're my puppet. Shut up, Rafi. BB, I have a question. When they build the third temple, do you think that they're going to stone you? Being an adulterer?
You could have multiple wives in the Old Testament.
Attention.
I'm just trying to tell you, go ahead, Necro. I can talk all day, Necro. Stop annoying people. You can give somebody a minute, and then you can go for a minute. Fuck, it's not so complicated. If a Palestinian state was supposed to be a state, it would have been done in 1948, and they rejected it. See, and they would have rejected it. The Soviet Union, they'd say, 1 second, where did these retards come from? Fucking hell. When the partition plan came through, they said an Arab state and a Jewish state. Jordan took their share of the land. The Israelis took their share of the land. The Palestinians said no. Therefore, Israel for 1 year lost, obviously, every single war. And ever since they've been given Atlanta in 48, 52, 56, 63, 67, 72, 75, 81, 85, 86, 91, 95, 98, 2001, 2002, 2006, 2008, 2015, 2019.
2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024.
Don't come troll. We ask a serious question. I just want to be serious for a second. Or else we're all going to troll. If the Palestinians wanted a state, they would have had it already. And I'm done.
John, Mima showed me where you picked your nose and wiped it on your shirt. And there's
I'll admit I picked a winner. It was a very robust booger. It was robust. It was all because of the President Trump room. For like 2 to 3 days, I didn't shower or do anything. I just completely recorded the ever-living shit out of these rooms and put them all across the internet. And so as a result, I was
different for you.
I was using my shirt as basically a rag. So, you know.
You come on camera in whitey tighties with shit stains. It's tidy white.
Yeah, I do. Well, I kind of stopped doing yoga videos while listening to Clubhouse, but people do have pictures of me doing yoga in my underpants because I was like, you know what? What is the difference between my underpants and a pair of gym shorts? Honestly, nothing. It's technically the same thing. So.
Do you know what Beaver pointed out in the video that I sent him when you were doing your birth? Dude, he pointed out, I thought he was joking. He said, dude, he's sitting on the commode. And I said, what? And like, you see him sit down on the fucking toilet. What? I would have totally missed that huge. I had to take that out. Like, put your pants down, and we see you sit on the toilet.
John, like, I just imagine with all those underpants videos, you're just like, Steven, she's a maniac on the
I don't know if it was planned, I don't know if that was part of the art of that. If it was part of it, you're way, way more brilliant than I had imagined. If that was a total, what is it called?
John, if you did a video of that, like, sing, like, dancing to that song in front of Trump Tower in Chicago, I might consider voting for you for mayor. Tower in Chicago, I might consider voting for you for mayor.
When people say Palestine, they check, everybody knows what you're talking about. So wouldn't it, from that standpoint, wouldn't it exist?
Yeah, and I want to get back to that. Can you give me very, very succinctly the actual argument? Okay, you're saying that because I really want to understand this. When people say Palestine didn't exist, okay, we know that's like just not true, right? But as a region, we know that it existed and it was called Palestine because it was referred to even in the 1800s by Herzl himself, Theodore Herzl. He referred to the area of Palestine. He said that was what they were looking to adopt as their Jewish homeland. It was between Argentina and Palestine. So, what exactly is your claim? So Palestine existed. The people that were inside of it were the people of Palestine. So what are you trying to say? I need succinctly.
Well, let me. Because
I'm not understanding this.
Okay, let me reply to you. I'll say it very, very quickly and very, very succinctly. So, when you look at the passports from back in the 1900s, 1800s, and everything else like that, when they refer to Palestinians, they refer to Jewish people. Look at the schools. Look at Negro. Shut the fuck up. This is when I lose patience. When somebody's answering me a question. And you won't shut the fuck up.
Sorry,
afterwards.
I should have muted up.
Fucking hell, so annoying.
Yeah.
But the thing is, there's never been a country called Palestine. It's always been called a region. It was called Palestine, then it was called Syria. People just happen to live in that.
Why are you such an insufferable
I don't mean. It's so terrible. I can't even finish a sentence. So terrible. But these people, the reason why Herzl said Palestine is because that's what the Romans called it when they took it over after they destroyed the Second Temple and everything else like that. And Jews were littered all around the world, and they wanted to go home. By the way, Jerusalem has always been a majority Jewish city. And when they came and they made the Peel Treaty, the Peel Agreement, the Arabs themselves were like, oh, well, we're not going to agree with this. But there was never such thing as a Palestinian nation ever in the history of the world. Nobody called themselves Palestinians. And I'll give another example, Jordanians. The reason why Jordanians have the Hashemite kingdom is because they were the one that lost to the Al-Saud kingdom in Saudi Arabia. So the Al-Saud and the Hashemites were fighting over Saudi Arabia, and the British Empire said, you know what? Since Al-Saud won, you're going to get Saudi Arabia. And Saudi Arabia gained their independence in their 20s. And then they sent the Hashemite kingdoms into Jordan. But there was never such thing as a Palestinian, ever in my...
What about Syria and Palestine?
Yeah, but there's no such thing. No such thing as Syria Palestinian. That's just what the Romans called the land.
Such thing as Ishak. Prove me wrong.
Okay, wait, hold on, Nick, baby. Okay, so cause this is I'm confused on that because that's just what they call the land, but that wasn't its official. Like, walk me through it, because I'm misinformed. Then I don't understand.
When the Romans conquered it, they called it Syria Palestinia, and then for the next millennium, multiple people owned that land. There was never a group, no king, no president, no empire, nobody ever made it ever a capital. It's never been a capital of anybody else apart from the Jewish people. It's never been owned by anybody else's capital apart from the Jewish people. The Palestinians were something that was cooked up in 1964 by the Soviets and the PLO and everything else like that. These people didn't exist. These people are like a bad hemorrhoid on the Israelis. The Jordanians, even the Queen of Jordan, she's half Palestinian, quote unquote. These people are just a bad hemorrhoid. They're just Arabs that just lost the war. That's all they are. And they happen to call themselves Palestinians. And all the anti-Semites, all the Jew haters will go on their side because they think, the Jews are committing treason or whatever the fuck. They're going to commit them up, genocide, whatever the hell they're going to do. But there's no such thing as a Palestinian. Never existed, Hillary. Ever. In anybody's entire life. It's just a horrible myth. It's like today. That that pizza baller, Cardinal, he did it on Palm Sunday. Pizza baller, the Cardinal, he did it on Palm Sunday for a reason. The reason he did it is because he wanted to drop Catholic support for the Jewish state in a fundamental time right now when they're destroying Iran. Pizza baller is a radical Islam lover. Yeah, you can say, how can you call a Cardinal all that? But it's the same thing. They just hate the Jewish people. There's one thing that brings anti-Semites together, but I am telling you, there's never been anything that's a Palestine call, and I pray to God there never will be, Hillary. Just never happened.
Okay, thanks for clearing that up. I remember in high school, there being like a big thing to recognize Palestine as a sovereign state, and I swear, this is the 90s, but I thought that had gone through. I thought that was a thing, but that goes to show you how often I look up facts.
No, I'm not thinking of the Oslo Accords.
The what?
The Oslo Accords. Israel tried to set them up with a state. The only condition was that they would stop the terrorism. And their response was they increased the terrorism.
Well, that's not following the rules, Palestine. What's that?
Well, there really isn't a Palestine. There were some Arabs from that region who came into Israel. They came into the schools and the buses and the cafes and the pizza places and the discotheques, and they blew themselves up.
Don't forget the aeroplanes and the hijackings.
I just like to point out that all of the words you just used definitely. All the words you just used just stuck you on like a list. You're like blow, pizza, come into school bus. You are now on like 5 different lists, man. It's
I don't follow what you're. I don't follow what you're saying.
I feel it. Sorry, I just feel it.
This is what they called the Intifada. So when they're calling for globalized Intifada, that means they want to kill Jews all over the world. Yeah, Czech is right. They also hijack airplanes and cruise liners, and they look for Jews in Argentina or in Britain. They're even doing it now.
So what do they want at the end? What is the end result of this?
They want to kill Jews.
And that's it. They don't want their own state. They don't want their own government.
They don't want their own state. And they walk away from the state.
It's a very robust booger.
They opened their own state 8 times. They said no.
Yeah.
Ehud Barak, I wanna tell you something. Ehud Barak did the worst deal ever in the history of deals. He offered them 95% of Jerusalem, and they said no.
They said no.
You know what President Bill Clinton said? He said, "I killed myself to get the Palestinian state," and they still said no. President Bill Clinton said,
what is the reasoning behind us continuously trying to offer it and them continuing to say no? Like, are they holding out for something?
Because we have a Western mentality. We have a Western mentality. We think that everybody wants what we want. They want hospitals and schools. They want a future for their children. They want technology and jobs and an economy. These people want none of that. America has given these Arabs of that region more money than we gave to Europe after World War II. And after World War II, Europe rebuilt itself, and now you have economies, and you have, the restoration of historic places. You have peace. You have democracy. These people, what we got out of it was the attack of October 7th. They used the money to build terror tunnels, and then they didn't let their own people into the tunnels. When we were fighting a war with them, which they started. They're like suicidal. They're nihilistic. You see what they're doing right now in Gaza. They're killing their own people. They still retain a little bit of the land on the other side of the line in Gaza, and they're massacring their own people.
So why don't they want to exist? I don't get it.
Why don't they what?
Why don't they want to exist?
It's some weird religious thing that if the Jews have sovereignty, then they see that as a block to the coming to the fulfillment of there being Islam everywhere on earth. It's not
because I'll tell you again, you know what it says.
It's not bullshit. They convert people by the sword. They convert people by the sword. They want to convert everybody. This is how it's spread from Mecca all across.
Wait, what does that mean? Convert by the sword?
Convert by the sword means they came on horses and camels with swords in their hands, and they cut people down unless they convert to Islam. Islam started in Mecca. It stretched all the way to Spain, to the all across North Africa. They converted people by killing them. That's what it means to convert by the sword. They're very, 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 very brutal.
Yeah, this is why I felt it appropriate to play Sound of Silence when I hear people justifying the occupation.
Nobody's justifying anything. What do you mean by occupation? What part is occupied? How can you occupy something that didn't exist? When was it theirs?
Do you know there's no occupation? People like Necro think that's cool in 2026, and in 2020 they're gonna be retarded and slow again. Because there's no such thing as occupation. You people were the ones who are gonna be thinking you're correct in that time. Sick people. So sick people. This is what we're dealing with.
Maybe it's just people that are not fully informed.
Sick people. This slow retarded faggot from Europe actually thinks like he's doing better than they were doing. Bro, these people are retarded people that are throwing from the building for being a faggot. Like, shut up with your bullshit. You're not even listening to what we're telling you. I'm telling you the truth. North Africa never used to be fucking Muslim. East Asia never used to be fucking Muslim. How the hell do you think you became Muslim? think it's fine, but what if Islam, you think it's gonna get you anywhere? Shut the fuck up with your dumb bitch ass stupid shit.
When people have those bumper stickers everywhere that say like "Free Palestine," what would you possibly be freeing them from?
They want to get rid of Israel.
Blockade. I mean,
fuck you, bro. They want to get rid of you.
Wait, which blockade are you talking about?
You know, Negro, I'll pay you a first class ticket to go to Gaza.
yeah. Also, the detainment of.
No, I will pay you a first class ticket, Negro.
They like it.
I will
Well, if the guys are going around killing everyone, why wouldn't you detain
I will pay you a first class ticket to go to Gaza,
No.
to go to Iran, to go to Lebanon. I'll pay you a first class ticket. Fact like you always talk about freeing Palestine, and you have no idea how it is to run into radical Islam. Because you think you're better than the people that dealt with this bullshit.
This is literally nothing to this one.
Yeah, shut up, bro.
Literally
It's
what?
not.
Act like you.
No, it's not.
Terrible. Yeah, you're so cool. Like you're just
What is he talking about? This is what they do. They stick their fingers in their ears and they go, la, 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 I don't want to hear you. I don't want to hear you.
Well, that's why I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to actually have a conversation where it's explained.
They just destroyed. We're trying to have a fucking conversation, and you retard can't even answer a simple fucking question. If you want to free Palestine, where the hell is Israel gonna go? Answer the question, Ekro. Stop being retarded.
Nope, I will just continue playing my music.
Oh, no, so what is it? Okay, so these are conversations that a lot of people just don't have answers to.
Like this.
Because they don't take the time. They don't take the time to read or to look at the history, to look at the situation.
Well, it's confusing history. I've been reading on it, and it's
What are
confusing.
you confused about? Honestly.
Well, for instance, the fact that they're mixed up about where is Palestine. Palestine is not a place. It's not a. It's what do they want? What is their like? What's their deal? Like, why are they out killing people? That can't be just their only what they want.
Hillary. Answer to the first question. They want Israel not to exist. That's what they're talking about. What they're calling Palestine is Israel. They want to destroy Israel. What's your next question?
Okay.
That's what it is. What's your next question?
Why? Is it a religious thing? Is it because it's something from the past?
Yeah, it's 100% a religious thing, yes. Because there's plenty of Muslims living in Israel that have equal rights, that have no problem. They're Arabs.
20% of Israel are Muslims. When you go to Israel, you figure that out.
There's hundreds of mosques in Israel. They go to their mosques. There's no problem. What's your
So
next
you're
question?
saying that Israel or Palestine actually belongs to Israel?
Say again. There is no. What do you mean Palestine belongs to Israel? What are you
No
calling
such thing
Palestine?
as
What's the area? Where is this area that you're?
So then when you use Palestine in a sense, what are you referring to?
I'm referring to this imaginary idea that was created, as Acek said, in 1964 by the Soviet Union and Yasser Arafat, who's from Cairo, and his name is not Yasser Arafat. You can look at it. It's like Abdul Ramadan,
Abdul Ramadan Al-Fatik or some bullshit.
Yeah, and he's from Cairo.
In the interest of world peace, why don't you guys just let them have the land?
Which land?
The Palestine land.
Well, why would we let them have our country? Do you want to let people have your country?
Because you don't want to be selfish and greedy in world peace.
Wait. No, I want to know something.
Okay, so Beaver, do you think we should just give ourselves to Russia or China in the interest of world peace? Like,
Even if that was to happen, what would happen to the people that they were wanting to leave? Even if that wasn't the case, that didn't happen.
I just want to answer something. When was the last? Do you guys remember the last time something happened when the Jews didn't have a state?
I don't think that was a serious question, though, Beaver. Why don't you just leave? What I mean? That's your answer, Beaver. Why don't you just leave?
No, we have a country. The last time.
No, wait 1 second. Beaver, that wasn't just serious, but you're not just asking. You literally just said, why don't we leave?
Let me explain, Lord. Let me explain.
Yeah.
I know, obviously, that you're going to push back and say, no, I'm trying to understand the actual crux of the
No, you're not. You just said, why don't we leave?
I don't think you would, and I'm not saying you should. I'm asking you to illustrate, like, why do these people believe that they have a right to that land versus...
Because they want the Jews not to have a country. I just said that. That's why. It's really simple. That's why.
But why does it belong to the Jews?
Beaver.
Let me tell you why it belongs to the Jews. Number one, we've been there uninterruptedly for thousands of years. Number two, when all of the nation states of the world were formed, go look at a map of Europe, of Africa, of Asia. In the 20th century, there was the fall of empires like the French and the Belgian and the Spanish and the British, and nation states were born. Are you with me so far, Beaver?
I think so.
Excellent. That includes the Ottoman Empire, which stretched from Turkey all the way to the gates of Vienna. Okay, they kind of like former Yugoslavia, if you remember. So when the empires fell, the indigenous people formed nation states or countries. Are you still with me?
I think barely.
Okay, well, okay, let's stop right there. Which part did you not understand of the second part? Empires fall and nation states are born. Like all the countries in Africa, all the countries in the Arabian Peninsula, you know, Nigeria and Kenya and Senegal, Saudi Arabia and Kuwait and Oman, all of these countries were born when the empires fell. You get it?
Yeah, but I mean, they only exist as far as the people there that can protect the land and hold claim to it.
Yes, if you wish. So when people contest borders and lands and they have wars, like Rhodesia becomes Zimbabwe, as an example, you know, or South Africa becomes led by black folks instead of by white folks. So there's another example. So it's the struggle over
British East Africa becomes Kenya.
There you go. So now are you okay with number two? The empires fall and the nation states are born. And those nation states belong to the people who were there, who declare themselves, and then they're able to defend it, as you just said. Now, are we good with step two?
Yeah, so I don't think these people, I mean, they obviously can't defend it. So
which people?
Palestinians, like they lost.
Well, yes, they lost, that's correct. But they weren't they weren't really Palestinians. They were Arab nations that were formed in the empire. Israel declared itself. If you look at the chart, all the nations in the United Nations. The 20th century was the big time of the nations. That's why we had the empires were formed, the nations were. It wasn't Germany, you know, in the 18th century. It was like Russia. So there was this new thing called Germany. The borders of France changed. The British Empire obviously fell. All of these empires were battling it out. All the nations in South America.
Now is basically Israel and it's now treats of Palestine. There is no Palestine. This is They just ship these people off to some other place.
Okay, that's the next question. That's called population transfer. So when the Ottoman Empire fell, the Greeks formed Greece. Before that, they were under the thumb of the Ottoman Turks and forced to be Muslim. But the Greeks are Greek Orthodox. It's a different religion.
Good evening. On his first full day in office, Mayor John Kitover has already acted on a key campaign promise, cutting property taxes by 10%. He signed the order this week.
Cyprus, by the way, is a remnant of that conflict, because half of it is still being claimed by the Ottoman Turks. It's occupied.
Simply a religion of
It's like Greek Cypriot. They're Greek Christian people. So what you're saying is usually is what was done. When Germany lost World War II, millions of Germans were transferred out of what is now Poland. When 7 million. Yeah.
So right now it's like oil and water. So we got to get the oil out.
I want to tell you what you're suggesting.
Can I pause you because I'm not.
Well, I want to finish my thought and then come after me. So when India and Pakistan, when the Muslims and the Hindus of what was formerly India were battling it out, Britain said, you guys aren't going to get along. So they separated them into two separate nations, India and Pakistan. I forget when Pakistan was, 1949 or something, right around the time that Israel was born. Before that, there was no such thing as a Pakistan. So what you're saying, and then there were 14 million people that were murdered and transferred. That's what usually happens when nation states form, and there are people who are not part of that nation state identity. Yes, they move to where they are part of the area. So what you're saying, Beaver, is correct.
No,
In most other cases, they transfer.
brother. You know
What's that? All right,
No
now, Beaver, what was your...
you know this.
Beaver, we're on the same page so far. What were you going to ask, Beaver?
Yeah,
So,
I go ahead, Beaver.
because I'm listening to you, and this is where I'm still having trouble with this, because you just gave examples, but I feel that they support the idea that there were people. There was a peoplehood before there was a statehood, right? There were people that lived in the area.
Which example says that?
Well, you had given me.
There was never such a thing as Pakistan.
Well, let me give you an example. You had just said it about the Greeks. The Greeks existed before Greece existed.
Yes.
So there was a peoplehood, right?
Yes.
So so before there was a Greece,
There was never such a thing as a Palestinian people.
but you wouldn't say that there was no Greece.
Sure, there was no Greece.
You wouldn't say that there were no
thousands
Greeks.
of years.
Well, but you wouldn't say that there was no Greeks. There was Greeks that lived in Greece, and
unlike the Palestinians.
But it's difficult. I wanted to get my thoughts out because I
know, but I'm correcting you because you're going off the track.
No.
Yes.
So B, you're correct. You're correct.
The voices are loud, and I want to
It doesn't have to do with the language, the mental comprehension.
The Greek identity existed before the modern
You
state
think
of
that
Greece.
when you push like this, that I learn anything or anybody else? I'm letting.
Wait, so I think you're saying you're correct. The Greek identity of the people existed, Bima. So we all can agree on this, right?
No, because I believe that there's a confusion between statehood and peoplehood. The people existed before the state. The history of peoples existed before their modern states. People that were in the region of Palestine existed before Palestine existed as a state.
No, see, this is where you don't know. This is where you don't know history. You can say it many times, and you're still wrong historically. It's true for Greece. It's true for Italians, and it's true for who did I leave out? The Greeks, Germans, and Italians. It's not true for Palestinians. That's what you don't seem to understand. There was no Palestinian identity as a people.
Okay, so give me now. You said it's not true for Palestinians. Now that you understand where I'm coming from, can you explain?
Where are you coming from?
Hold on. Listen to him. Just listen. Please don't complexify this even worse. Okay. Well then, El Normo, just listen. He understood because he just reiterated it back to me. So now that you understand, because now I fucking lost my El Normo. You're right now. Listen, I'm gonna fucking no. You gotta stop.
What do you mean?
Relax.
No, write it down if you can.
El Normo. Thank you. Sorry, Euro. Can you please explain to me, now that I know that you understand where I'm coming from, explain to me why Palestine is different than
that's what I want to do.
The Greeks, the Italians, the Germans, the Kurds, the Armenians, the Indians. Can you explain that difference, please?
Sure, because they never, ever in history identified as a people. There was never a political entity. What happened was when the British won World War I and the Ottoman Empire collapsed, they created a mandate for Palestine. Okay, so Palestine, for the first time, was used to mean all the people that lived within the mandate, whether they were Jews, whether they were Christians, whether they were Arabs or Muslims. People identified by other criteria, primarily Muslim Jews and Christians, for instance, but they also had other identities, which were based on local regional names, but not Palestine. Just didn't happen. You can look at the literature. This is very well documented. What happened was initially there was a Arab reaction against the Jewish presence in this mandate, and this was fueled by the leader of the Arabs, who was a Nazi, who went to Nazi Germany, and it was based on racism, and he came back and
by the way, his name is Al Husseini.
Exactly.
Checking.
Yeah. Thank you.
And he really pushed this very strong anti-Jewish sentiment, and it was Arabs or Arab/Muslims versus Jews. It was not Palestinians. And this Palestinian identity as a people formed later after the creation of the state of Israel, and principally in the 60s, when it became an identity as a people.
You know, Bima,
Those are a lot of
I
work.
want to ask you a question, Bima. From 1948 until 1967, the state of Israel did not control what you call the West Bank. And now, 80 years later, 75 years later, they say they want to have a Palestinian state on the lines of the 1967 border. Why from 1948 until 1967 did the so-called Palestinians create a state, Bima?
You gotta ask
I can
me
only
again,
imagine.
clearer. Just ask the question.
Can you hear me? Can you look?
Yeah, I'm paying attention now. Go ahead, ask the question.
Has attracted some interesting.
Until 1967, the state of Israel did not control what you could now call the West Bank.
I can only imagine having Israel on your profile has attracted some interesting communication.
Create that state there from 1948 till 1967, Bima.
I understood that they tried, but there wasn't a reasonable negotiation that led to anything of substance. That's what I understood. It wasn't that they didn't want it. So you're telling me that the Palestinian people from 1948 to 1967 didn't want a state, but that doesn't make sense.
That's right.
Because but the Palestinian Congress in 1919, there were multiple congresses where they were vying. The Balfour Declaration literally was written to explain to the Arab people.
No, we're not talking about the Balfour Declaration.
This is you want to understand my paycheck.
Out of your depth.
Listen, if you could
out
just.
of your depth, and I don't think you know what you're
Instead of
talking about.
saying out of my depth, then correct me and explain. Because saying I'm out of my depth, H-check, please listen. Instead of saying out of my depth, explain to me, because I'm giving you all the information that makes me come to the conclusions that I'm coming to. I'm providing you everything that you need to do. Hold on, listen. I'm providing you all of my thoughts in my brain, so you can come up with a counter argument, okay? Telling me, insulting me, and all this shit, it's useless. It's pointless. I don't learn anything. Don't think that I'm learning anything. I learn when I have. Well, don't tell me I'm out of my depth. Explain to me. Hold on, just wait. When you said that they didn't want a state, or why didn't they form a state from 1948 to 1967? In my brain, that doesn't mean anything, because they were vying for a state in 1919. 30 years before that, in 1918, they wanted a state. They asked. There's evidence of them asking for a state. There's evidence of the Palestinian Congress. There's evidence that they want that this whole thing. I mean, so that doesn't make sense to me. So they wanted it then, but then all of a sudden they forgot about it and they didn't want it, but yet they still fought for it. That doesn't make sense.
So in 1918, there was no Palestinian national identity. So what happened was, in 1948 to 1967, the West Bank was occupied by Jordan and Gaza was occupied by Egypt. So there was no attempt to create a separate Palestinian state during that period, because they were occupied by people that weren't Jews. And so their problem was that they were anti-Semitic and against Jews, and not because they were seeking a nation for themselves.
But I don't understand why that just wouldn't be something as simple as them identifying in broader ways before stuff came together enough to have them consolidate, because the region was already called Palestine. Everybody admits that the region was called Palestine. So if there were Arabs that let's say that they referred to themselves as Arabs, or they referred to themselves as Ottomans, even they referred to themselves as Muslims, but they were in the region of Palestine, which we already know that everybody referred to this as the region of Palestine in the 1800s. This was the region of Palestine.
No. It was a geographical name It was not a political entity.
I'm not saying that it was I'm not saying that it was a political entity.
Well, there were a lot of names for the area, but people did not call themselves Palestinians or think of themselves as somehow united as Palestinians. So Arabs, as you know, is a very broad term. And it includes people inside that area, outside that area. It's just like the term Muslims does. So when the British Mandate was formed, it was set up with the British intention to create a Jewish state out of there and an Arab state. And this was supported not only by the British, but all of the allies that won World War I, also endorsed by the League of Nations, and then subsequently by the United Nations with the UN Partition Plan in 1947. The Arabs were given several opportunities to form a state, and each time they rejected it. They rejected it in 1937 with the Peel Commission, they rejected it in 1947 with the UN Partition Plan, and they rejected it time and time again. I think about at least 7 or 8 times. So they always rejected a separate. Yeah. So it's just wrong to think like, oh, they were under some negotiations and they were denied it. It was just the opposite. They were given opportunity after opportunity to accept a separate state. They were the ones that said no. They didn't want a separate state. And the reason they said no is because they didn't want to give 1 centimeter to the Jews. So they wanted everything and the Jews to get nothing. And between 48 and 67, when they had nothing, but they were occupied by Jordan and Egypt, they didn't have a problem.
Well, why don't they want the Jews to have anything?
Well, that's a good question.
Because they're anti-Semitic, bro. It's very simple.
But what gets so bad about the Jews? Like, why do they hate them so much?
No, it's nothing about the Jews. It's because their leader was a Nazi, and he went to Nazi Germany, and he critiqued that propaganda.
You also have to look at it for the KGB. I've heard Aldorbo talk about it before, but the KGB were operating and supported. So the Free Palestine cause is an anti-Western cause propped up by KGB funding, KGB intelligence operations. So it's part Cold War too. This whole divide is there's this micro conflict, then there's the macro conflict, which is supporting all of this bullshit.
You're the answer again, but the cultural identity. You're saying there was no Palestinian cultural identity?
There was no Palestinian identity as a people, as a nation.
So of the people that live there right now, or that lived there 20 years ago, do they have ancestors that lived there 200 years ago?
There were people that lived there, but they didn't call themselves Palestinians. They didn't identify as Palestinians.
Well, what does it matter what they call themselves?
Well, it matters when people start talking about as if there's some sort of history of a Palestinian movement. It's just not true. So if your point is that indigenous people should be allowed self-determination, I don't have a disagreement with you. And I don't have a problem with them forming a state. And they had that option on multiple opportunities to form a state. And they were the people that decided themselves not to do it.
See,
it wasn't that they were stopped by the Jews. They weren't stopped by the Israelis. They said no to every single deal. The Jews, on the other hand, said yes, and that's why they have a state.
See, these arguments...
It's optimal to move them somewhere else, away from the Jews, and say, okay, this is not your place to be, and this is yours, and you have to take it or leave it.
Haven't you seen the video of Truman?
I have heard some Israelis take that position. It sort of goes against international norms, but maybe there would be a solution that would work. And some people have suggested it should be Jordan, because Jordan is primarily Palestinians. It's like over 2/3 of the population is Palestinian.
I mean, the Queen of Jordan is Palestinian, for Christ's sake.
Do you know why they call it the Hashemite Kingdom? Because for thousands of years they've been making money from marijuana and making hash. It's the truth. Just like how the Afghanis make opium. These people are all drug dealers.
So what if they accepted this back in the day, Europe, when they had the chance? Would Norm say that yeah, they did have a right to be there?
Well, and that's actually there was a position taken by Britain at one point where they did say leave Israel for the Jews and Jordan for the Arabs, and the problem with that position.
I can only imagine having Israel in conversation. This is a vacation.
Made primarily to the Hashemite
That's
kingdom,
a lot of work.
which is not indigenous to Jordan, and so they had to.
From Saudi.
They're from
The
Saudi
Norm made it
Arabia.
seem like they have no claim to this land ever. So even if they agreed to it back in 1940 or whatever, 50, they still would have had no right to be there, according to Norm, unless I misunderstood him.
I don't know what he said because I wasn't here for that, but I think the understanding, at least of the what's clear in history, I should say, is that there was a UN partition plan, and the Jews and the Arabs were both offered it. The Jews said yes, the Arabs said no, and then Israel declared independence, and then immediately the Arabs declared war on Israel with the intention of eradicating its existence.
They declared war, and it was Egypt invaded them, Syria invaded them, Lebanon, as they call it, invaded them.
Yeah, it wasn't just the Arabs.
Yeah, even Napoleon. Napoleon invaded them.
No.
Napoleon. I say we just give it all back to the French.
You're so fucking else and all. It's like they all invaded them and they all lost. All of them lost. They invaded them 48 lost, 52 lost, 56 lost, 73 lost, 67 fucking lost, 82 fucking lost. Like how many times you have to lose before you realize these people? This is their country. You lost. And every time.
Why can't you just say, okay, we kick your ass all the time, but we're going to be nice and throw you a bone. You can have this piece of land.
They keep saying that.
But Israel has done that. Israel's offered the land many times, and they turned it down every time.
Why should they do that? Why should Israel give up their land? That's what Norm was just saying.
Yeah, well, some Israelis, I mean, Norm's not an Israeli, but some Israelis are taking that position now. But certainly, Israel has offered on many occasions land deals, significant land deals, including 97% of the West, and East Jerusalem, and land swaps for the remaining 3%.
If you give homes and farms, does that mean people will stop breaking the law, Beaver, forever and for good, once and for all? How naive and stupid can you be?
Your position is that even if they didn't give them the land, they won't accept it because their only acceptable offer to them is, okay, we'll take the land and you all have to kill yourselves because we want
No. So the latest deals, like in the 2000, 2008, it's a little different. So the previous positions prior to 2000 did include, no land for Jews. So the latest deals in the 2000 to 2008 range involved giving them all of the land that they have, half of Jerusalem, and some other various concessions.
All of Gaza.
All of Gaza.
But you're saying the Palestinians won't agree to it because they want the Jews to stick a gun in their mouths and kill themselves.
No. You see what I'm saying? No. What I'm saying is in 2000, 2008, the reason they rejected that deal was because they insisted on the right to return, and Israel was not willing to do that. So that deal fell specifically on the right to return.
So this is like a nasty custody battle, not just been a divorce, and they can't come to terms.
Yeah, you could think of it that way. So I think that 2000 and 2008 is like, they were very close, right? Because Israel said, look, we'll give you all the land, we'll even split Jerusalem, etc. And at that time said, no, because we want the right to return. And it's really quite a shame because even the Arabs at the time understood that it wasn't
It's more than just a custody battle. This is an industrial complex of bullshit that both sides don't want to let go of because there's so much money involved and so much attention that goes into it. So nobody wants to drop it because that would be like, stop dancing, stop making money, kill the business. Are you kidding me? This conflict has generated trillions of fucking dollars in bullshit involvement from all around the world, not just America. Japan, I've been over there multiple. Japan has invested billions in trying to create peaceful solutions for these cocksuckers everywhere. No, they won't have it. It doesn't matter how much fucking money you throw at them, they will still cause problems. And it's just like the education system. Oh, we need more money for education. Oh, really? Well, the numbers just keep going down. So the truth is, just let them fucking fight it out, and then.
So as I was saying, the deal broke down on the right to return, which is interesting because even the Arabs at the time recognized that wasn't practical. So what they were willing to accept was that Israel agree in principle to a right to return, that they wouldn't necessarily have to implement in practice. And Israel didn't want to take the risk of accepting something in principle that could later be used against them to say that now you have to implement it. So it's unfortunate because the space of disagreement at that point is actually pretty small. And I think just realistically, and even Israel accepted a certain number. I forgot the number off the top of my head for return, but they didn't want to agree to a principle that everybody could return. But they were willing to accommodate a certain percentage.
Well, it seems to me this whole passing in Palestine never existed is a moot point. Like, wouldn't you agree, Bima? Like, that doesn't really seem to be the crux of the issue.
What was the question, Beaver?
Like, people say, well, it's never existed, it doesn't exist, it never existed. That seems to be a moot point, in my opinion, because there's still people there that, if they were willing to give them the land back then in the day and have some kind of agreement, that to me tells me that these people did exist.
Well, this is just like reparations.
I totally agree with you. Look, I'm reading this. This is really interesting. So you guys know that both of my grandparents on both sides, they came here from other countries. So when they came here, they had to take tests to become American citizens. And my grandmother kept some of her test materials. And one test material, it was called, I have the book in front of me that she had to read. It was from the Educational Committee, the League of Nations Association, Inc., 8th West 40th Street, New York, December 1936. Okay, so a brief history of the League of Nations. When I open it up and I start reading the section that they have about Palestine, it's very interesting. And we're talking about from 1930, outbreaks and violence resulting from Arab-Jewish enmity became so serious in 1930 that the council asked the Permanent Mandates Commission to examine the situation and make a special report. The commission not only criticized the mandatory administration on several counts, but also warned Jews and Arabs against any attempt to modify the terms of the mandate by agitation and rebellion. The British government, while somewhat irritated at first by the commission's criticisms, later indicated that they would receive due consideration. When a British statement in 1930 restricting future immigration and defining land policy in Palestine aroused great resentment among the Jews, the British government sent Sir John Thompson to Palestine to make a special study of immigration and land settlement. The police force was reorganized, and Great Britain has tried to increase the capacity of the land to absorb immigrants.
This is getting serious when you don't read.
Differences.
I got two things that you've said.
Hang
on a second. Number one, you're not talking.
Differences between the Jews and Arabs seem to be mainly economic, and Great Britain apparently realizes this fact and is working along these lines. The situation tended to improve after they stopped the Jewish immigration, but the friction continued intermittently until 1936. Until in 1936, the Arabs, led on by young and fanatical elements, launched a general strike against both the Jews and the British. This was accompanied by a campaign of terrorism for nearly 6 months. Neither life nor property was safe in parts of Palestine. The government tried every possible means of settling
the trouble without resorting to martial law, but finally a division of troops was sent to the country. A settlement, at least for the time, was effected through the intercession of neighboring Arab kings, and the British is almost done. And the British government is sending a commission to investigate and suggest a policy that will make for final settlement of the difficulties. In the meantime, Jewish labor immigration is to be restricted, which has caused dissatisfaction among the Zionists without being sufficient secession to please the Arabs. The situation in Palestine is likely to remain difficult for some time. This was 1936. Okay, printed. Let's see what year this was printed. If they do a print, 1936.
That confirms everything I said.
So basically, if we go and we look up Sir John Thompson's investigation, he says that the way that the land was being bought up, in a way, there were these Dunhams of people that lived there, right, before the immigration waves, the Jewish immigration waves into the country, right, into the area of Palestine. There were these Dunhams, and the Jewish people were buying them, right? But the people that were living on them were Arabs, and they were poor because they had been renting. These weren't owned lands. These were generational farmers who had been farming and creating they had their homes and everything.
And who did they rent it from? Muslim kings. Muslim kings rent it to them. Muslim kings.
Well, not Muslim. Actually, Sir Sukes was a Christian.
Christian kings?
Christian landlord at the time, which took up a very large portion. Right, the Sir Sukes family, they were Christian, and they didn't even live in the region, but they made money. It was kind of like an arbitrage situation where they made money.
Arbitrage?
Re-rented the Dunhams to the poor, impoverished Arabs, taking advantage of them, right, and exploiting them. So they didn't have any opportunity to buy the land. So when the Jews came in, they were buying the land from the Christians, the Sukes, whoever else had whatever that situation was. But once they bought the land, they pushed the Arabs off of it. Where are they going to go? It's now the Jews' land. Right? They bought it fair. But was it fair?
Of course it's fair.
Well, hold on.
What do you think people should be people?
Listen. No, I don't.
Okay, well, you're very unfair in this conversation.
Okay, well, hold on. The whole point is no, I don't think that is fair. If people have been living on land and mixing their labor with it, and then someone else is going to come in. First of all, they've been exploited. They've paid their fair share. They've paid their fair share of constant rent. What about rent to own? What about all the opportunities that you would have? They didn't.
Rent to own in 1940?
And we could go back and forth. Because I'm fair that way. And I won't interrupt you when you talk, right? That's the way that it goes in this house. So the point is that they got pushed off the land. And then once the Jews took the land, Arabs were not allowed to work on the land. They weren't allowed to live on the land. They made it strictly for the Jews. And that's what caused the economic turmoil between.
You sure about that? You sure about that, Bima? Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay, if you say so.
It's not true. It's not true. Anything you say. The report you just read didn't even say that. The report you read said that it was an Arab extremist that started violence against the Jews. You pointed out correctly that to the extent that Jews got land, it was because they bought it. And that is a fair thing. For you to say, well, it's wrong to buy land and then tell people that live there that they can't live there anymore, the renters, because now it's owned by somebody else. Where on earth do we have this system where renters get to stay when the owner doesn't want to rent to them anymore? I mean, this is just crazy what you're proposing. This was land that was bought legitimately, and if the new owner wants to live on his land, he
She doesn't believe in private property. She's a communist. She's a socialist appropriator.
Don't have
She doesn't believe in freedom.
Oh well, the renter just gets to stay somewhere. I mean, it's just like really like some sort of crazy thinking. The reality is what the report said was that there were Arabs and Arab extremists that committed violence against Jews, and they did it from the beginning of the creation of the Mandate of Palestine. It didn't start. It didn't start in '47. It didn't start with Jews buying land and then they got upset. It started in the beginning because there's an anti-Semitic strain that exists there, and they had committed massacres very early on. That's just history.
Okay, the report that was referenced in this brief history of the League of Nations suggests otherwise. Should we read that report together?
You just read it. I was listening very carefully to what you said. And it specifically said that there was Arabs and extremists.
There was no report. There was no report. This wasn't, hold on, just to clarify so there's no misinformation. I wasn't reading a report. The report was never even referenced. What I was reading was a summation in a book called The Brief History of the League of Nations that went through each area to teach Americans that we're going to get citizenry. Yes, and it's 2 pages. The Palestine takes up 2 pages. In 173 pages in the history of the League of Nations.
You did reference a report. I'm sorry, whatever you read.
Referenced.
Yeah, reference to report. That's a correction, right? Because you said you did reference it. You did reference a report.
Hold on. Please stop. You guys are irritating the fuck out of me. What I mean by reference, I said that there was a report done. I wasn't. I wasn't reading from the report.
I understand you weren't reading from a report. You were reading from a book.
So you're saying the land was purchased, it was ill-gotten gain, somehow they did something devious?
Yes.
Yeah, they did something devious, which was purchased. They purchased unfair to purchase land. I mean, this is a crazy
because you have to make the Ottoman Empire's claims legitimate first.
There weren't Ottoman Empire claims. That's what you don't understand. The Ottoman Empire no longer existed.
That's the whole point. And so in that moment, wait, hold on. That's perfect, right there. I'll move you. You're
confusing private land with public land. That's part of the problem.
You just mentioned it. The Ottoman Empire no longer existed. So after the Ottoman rule ended, and there was that the Ottoman Empire, that land ownership was no longer legitimate. How do you determine who should have the land that's there?
Oh my God! That's what I'm trying to explain to you. It's the difference. It's very simple. It's very simple. No, it's not. You don't understand. You don't understand law. Okay, I don't understand. I'm trying to explain it to you. No, you don't understand it. I can stop explaining to you. You totally understand. Let me explain it.
But you gotta promise me one thing. We're going to go back and forth and not interrupt each other.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
Okay.
But the problem is there's a total fundamental misunderstanding of land. There's a difference between private land and public land. So, for instance, I own my house. My house is in a city. So I can sell my house to other individuals and they can buy it. That doesn't change the nationality or the city of which my house is in. This is private land. Do you understand the difference? So when the Jews buy land, they're buying land from individuals, and now instead of it being owned by whoever owned it before, now it's owned by Jewish individuals. That doesn't change it from Israeli territory, Palestinian territory, Ottoman territory. The legal status doesn't change from that. So that is not applicable. Now, there can be lands which are not owned by private individuals, which are public, and those then have to be sorted out. Like, what do you do with this land and that land? So that's why, under the League of Nations, they put this whole thing under a mandate, which included initially Jordan as well, by the way, which is important for the later reasons, yes, and other areas, okay? So they had a very large mandate, and the issue was, how do you divide it up, okay? So that's why it's important. Now, when individuals, let's say like Arabs, own land, they own that land as individuals, not as a collective. There's no collective territory, and the Jews had no collective territory either. They own territory as individuals. Arabs own territory as individuals, and the whole thing administratively was run by the Mandate of Palestine, which was controlled by the British.
So, who did the Jews buy the land from when they started to migrate into the area of Palestine after the fall and of the Ottoman Empire and after the...
Whoever owned the land.
Okay, but if the Ottoman Empire, if people were owners of the land during the Ottoman Empire, absentee landholders, they were only doing an arbitrage thing, like the Sursouks, who had owned much of the region, and they didn't even live in the region. They were just exploiting, making money off of the people, the Arabs, the poor Arabs in Palestine. Okay, the Ottoman Empire falls. Is their ownership of land, right? Because they technically, what they did was they rented from the Ottoman Empire. So if the Ottoman Empire no longer exists and it's illegitimate, how is the people who rented, how is that even legitimate? That's what I don't understand.
No, because they own because it's so simple. Because
it wasn't a ownership. You can't own the land when you're under the Ottoman Empire. They were not owned.
No, actually, they did have ownership. They had different levels of ownership.
It's so simple. You're not even listening. Underneath the Ottoman Empire, they had their own ownership policies. So they bought it from the Ottoman Empire. When the British Empire took over from the Ottoman Empire, they still had ownership of the land. So when Jews and stuff came to, even Mark Twain, when he came to tell me, correct my memory, Europe, I don't know what year that was, but he came in the 1800s, before that, and he was like, when the British Empire took it, that's what they called it, the Mandate of Palestine. They didn't call it the British, they still own their land. That's why till today, Bima, in 2026, when Palestinians sells their land to Jews, a lot of them get the death penalty. They get killed and everything else like that. The land is transferable. They sold that land. And when you look at photos of Tel Aviv in the early 1900s, it was a fucking desert. Mark Twain even said this. He was like, oh, this is a terrible place. It's horrible. I don't know why anybody want to buy this land. You know what I mean? And then when the Jews made it great again, all of a sudden the Arabs are like, I have a key for my grandmother in like 1929, 1949, Nakba, all this sort of bullshit. Just accept that the state of Israel is here to exist. This Palestinian crap is through a lot. And the state of Israel is here. You know, I don't understand why you're trying to prove like, oh yeah, these people should prove they exist that because of this land. They should prove that because of this right. It's ridiculous. People bought their land righteously. They don't have to explain themselves. It's a great thing to be a Jew in 2026. God bless my Jewish friends. And I just don't like all of this stupid shit that people asking them questions. Like, I can't imagine, you can't imagine asking a black person this question. Oh, do you deserve to exist? Oh, do you deserve to have this house? I think it's ridiculous, you know?
So,
but I think it's stupid.
Yeah, so under the Ottoman Empire, the land was divided into 5 different property categories. There was the milk, the mirf, the waqf, the mitruki, and the mivat. So the milk was privately owned land. So you had full ownership, like we understand full ownership of land. You had miri, which is state land, which individuals could possess and use it, pass rights on, but ultimate ownership remained with the state. You had the vakif, which was land which was dedicated to religious or charitable foundation. You had the metruk, which was land reserved for public or communal use. So these would be things like
Wakif
roads.
is also the reason the Jews can't visit the Temple Mount, by the way.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And there's roads, cemeteries, things like that.
compact.
John
And then
Kim.
there's Mephet, which is dead land. So this is land that's unoccupied, uncultivated. And then you also had, like, I guess, Malu land, which was a type of Miri framework. But the Jews, when they came to Palestine, almost all of the land that they bought was in this first category of mulk, which was privately owned land. So they were literally buying, this person owns it, Sam owns it, and he buys it from Sam and now belongs to David. So I'm sorry, that's just a legitimate transaction that's accepted in at least all of the Western worlds, and I think even most of the socialist capitalist, socialist communist world. Even China amended their constitution to accept the right to private property. So this doesn't affect the jurisdictional claims. That's why I think there's issues being conflated here.
Viva, you know, is like, oh, I'm going to lower my volume when the check is done. This is when you have a low energy, you can't even reply to people when they're trying to tell you something. Maybe sometimes you're just wrong in life.
Oh, interestingly enough, I just looked up and I did not know this beforehand who the owners were. And the owners were mostly Arab owners.
They are.
So So if you wanna complain about that land being sold, it was sold by Arabs.
Yeah, even the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. That's why I say it's just low energy. When they're wrong, they're like, oh, I can't reply to this. Oh, I don't know what I'm talking about. Oh, it's so terrible. These are sick people. Everybody's dealing with that.
Shut the fuck up. You're so inflammatory. I know, like, this is your personality, but can you just stop? Like, can you make it okay? And can you make it a peaceful place for people to learn? Can you do that? Can you stop acting like an immature child? Yeah. People want to have. We want to have real good discussions. You know what you do? You dissolve good discussion. You chastise people. Can you stop being a child, dude? Stop being a child. Let people learn. Let people have conversations, HX. Like, I don't know why you do what you do. You're not welcome. It's not welcome. Grow the fuck up, dude. Grab your fucking cock right now. Realize that you got one. Look at your balls. Touch them a little bit. Dingle on them, okay? And then realize that you're a man. You're no longer a child, okay? Now act like one. Act like an adult. Allow people to have a conversation without chastity. It's not fun, dude.
I think it's all right.
So Bob have a claim to the land? That's what I'm reading.
No. Well, I don't know what you're talking about. If we're talking about the land sales, the land sale was somebody owned the land and they sold it to someone else. And in most of these cases, it was owned by an Arab who sold it to a Jew. Now, in terms of the total number, unfortunately, I only have the numbers for 1945 on this source. I'll look for other numbers. But I see by 1945, we're talking about 6% of Palestine.
But did they live there like 300 years ago? Were they both living there together, intermixed?
If you're asking about Jews and Arabs, yeah. So Jews lived there, Arabs lived there, Christians lived there.
So it seems like an impossible problem if they all had a claim to it.
No, you're confusing private ownership with collective ownership. Do you understand the difference? Jews didn't own that land collectively. Arabs didn't own that land collectively.
John Kitover is promising relief for homeless.
Individuals owned pieces of land collectively.
It sounds like there's a dispute over those cells that was ill-gotten or something.
No, nothing was ill-gotten. I just finished explaining how it was not ill-gotten. It was a legitimate land sale. And we're only talking about 6% of the territory anyways, but it was a legitimate sale. The owner, who was an Arab, sold the land to a Jew. That's allowed, right? Are you going to say the Arab's not allowed to sell his land?
Because that would be like, stop dancing, stop making money, kill the business. Are you kidding me? This conflict has generated
trillions of fucking dollars in bullshit involvement from all around the world, not just America. Japan, I've been over there multiple times. Japan has invested billions in trying to create peaceful solutions for these cocksuckers everywhere. No, they won't have it. It doesn't matter how much fucking money you throw out, they will still cause problems. And it's just like the education system. Oh, we need more money for education. Because they'll be like, stop dancing, stop making money.
The international community worked on for many, many years. Britain worked on it, the League of Nations worked on it, the Appeal Commission worked on it, and then the United Nations worked on it. But unfortunately,
Palestinians are like that bitter wife that won't give in to it. Like she won't give up the beach house. No. She won't compromise on anything in the divorce. She wants everything.
Yeah, at the time they weren't Palestinians, so that's why I think it's very important. They were Arabs. They were Arabs and Jews. And the Arabs' position initially was that they didn't want any type of split, zero split. And Britain was trying to convince them to have some kind of split. At one point, Britain proposed the split should be Israel for the Jews, Jordan for the Arabs. And when I say the Arabs, I mean the Arabs within the mandate, obviously, not the entire region.
I get it now.
Yeah.
What confused me was Norm earlier saying they had never had any claim to it, and that it was only Israel that had a claim to it. The Jews only had a claim to it. That's the part that threw me.
Well, I mean, it depends on how technical you want to get. Technically, nobody has a claim to it, right? Like, once the Ottoman Empire fell, theoretically, the Allies could do whatever they want with the land.
Exactly. Yeah.
The victors. They took the position that rather than like annexing the land or creating a colony there or something like that, they decided instead that we'll create a mandate to let these people run themselves at some point in the future. And they did this not just in Palestine, like they did this with quite a few territories after World War I. Fortunately, all the other ones successfully created states. Palestine, unfortunately, was an exception. And what Britain tried to do, and later endorsed by the League of Nations, was to create two states. And unfortunately, there was no agreement to do it. But when the Appeal Commission report came out, the Jews said, UN petition plan for the Jews just said, yes, we'll just take it. They were happy with, having any type of land. They had just gone through the Holocaust and whatnot, and they wanted a peaceful place. The Arabs in that area felt that, they wanted all of the land and there shouldn't be a division.
So instead of the kids going halfsies on the toys, one sibling said, no, I want it all. And then, so then the mom says, okay, well then Johnny gets everything because Billy, you wanted it all. Now you get nothing.
No, well, that's not what happened. Israel didn't get everything. They just got their part of the partition. So the rest is still like this undecided thing with the West Bank and Gaza.
Okay.
Yeah, so Israel took its half, not the whole thing. And then the Arabs and Jews since then have been trying to work out some type of deal to live in peace side by side. And up until now,
the Arabs go to their half. The half that was going to be allotted to the Arabs, did they go live there?
Yeah, they lived there already, and they still live there. So they're living there in the West Bank and in Gaza. So they are living there.
I don't get it then. Why do people say, why do people like Norm and A-Check say that doesn't exist? If they're living there and it was allotted for them, even though they never technically signed on the dotted line.
I mean, Norm's not here, so I don't want to speak for him, but to the extent that I understand his position, he simply, from what I understand, he's saying that they don't exist as a state, as a political entity, not that they don't exist as a people. Like, obviously they exist as a people. They're there. They're the ones, engaged in this fighting. And
so it's all formality. They never signed on the dotted line to formally accept it, even though they're living there. That's where they're living.
This is the problem. They've never reached an agreement. And there's been several attempts as Ashik tried to point it out. He has all the exact dates. I don't remember, but there's been at least like 8 different times where they sat down and talked and reached some sort of agreement, but just never got to like complete finality on it. So the current agreement is
Morning, Chicago. Today we gather not just as a city, but as a family.
The West Bank is divided into 3 zones called A, B, and C. And in Zone A, the Palestinians have complete autonomy. In Zone C, it's under Israeli control. And Zone B is a sort of mix.
So when they call it reform, there's people who like are not part of that nation state.
So that is normally a reference to Gaza, so not the West Bank. And people that call it an open air prison, so basically there's 2 borders for Gaza. There's one with Israel and there's one with Egypt. And what happened back in 2005, prior to that, Israel had occupied Gaza. So they had troops there. They had Jewish settlers inside Gaza, as well as, you know, the Arab settlers that were living there. In 2005, after some 50 years of not being able to reach an agreement, Israel decided to pull out unilaterally. So they said, we're just going to pull out. They removed their settlers. They removed their troops. They said, this is your land. You run it the way you want. And they did that. They had elections. And there were 2 main parties, and Hamas was one of the parties that had a majority in the parliament. So this would have been now for both the West Bank and Gaza. And the other party was in the minority. And they worked for a year to try to, or a good part of a year, to try to come up with a unity government, and that failed. And then Hamas had a military coup. They killed about 600 Palestinians. They kicked out the other party, which went to the West Bank, and they took control over Gaza. And Hamas has in its charter to destroy the state of Israel, and some would even say Jews in general, worldwide. In any event, Israel at that point said, well, we're going to close our borders.
That's right. I like recording retards act like retards, so I can play it for them later and say, hey, retard!
Well, you probably heard a lot about the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, on this show and elsewhere. He's the guy who's always at the White House working to suck the United States into some war of conquest on behalf of his country. What you may not know is whose charges against Netanyahu are real corruption charges. They tell you a lot about him. What exactly do you know about this man who's apparently in charge of the United States? Well, we are now streaming the BB files.
Nobody ever talks about
We are now streaming the BB files.
This right here is a splinter.
Bro, you gotta fucking stop. You gotta stop with all this I can't catch a break bullshit. All the time you are complaining. You could be instead hustling. You could be instead chasing your dream. You could be instead figuring out what you're doing while trying to put some answers to your life, getting your shit together, reading a book, meditating, something. Fucking something. Because this I can't catch a break shit. It's not helping anybody. And it pushes anybody away from you.
When Hamas did their perfect strike on October 6th, that slaughtered people.
See that one coming. Good job.
And Israel,
It's good to have your first battle scars.
thousands of
distance.
That's your choice.
and go into Israel.
In my case, these are battle scars. Just imagine Phil, now we've been in battle together. Huh?
There's something very romantic and also very barbaric about that. Now we're brothers in arms.
I think the flank hero.
Great. You never saw us coming. Good.
No cream over being there. Hope it starts snowing.
Right.
You know, when you get away.
You're gonna hear it.
Hello, Sam. My
If y'all use this sound.
Hey everybody, and welcome to my YouTube channel. I'm going to be coming to you here with updates
Also the African
on some things I've been up to, and look forward to staying connected with you all right here. So
nobody can. The Gaza and West Bank situation gets way more disproportionate. Like if you just look at the numbers involved, it's like crazy. And even if you just look at Muslim lives affected, way more affected in Syria and Yemen. Yeah,
and look forward to staying connected with you all right here. So click subscribe and stay tuned to what we have coming up. Some very enlightening conversations. You won't want to miss them. Hey everybody, and welcome to my YouTube channel. I'm going to be coming to you here with updates on some things I've been up to, and look forward to staying connected with you all right here. So click subscribe and stay tuned to what we have coming up. Some very enlightening conversations. You won't want to miss them. Hey everybody, and welcome to my YouTube channel. I'm going to be coming to you here with updates on some things.
This was an occupation by Muslims. Jordan of the West Bank, Gaza of Egypt. And there was no problem then. But when there's Jews involved, then it's a problem.
No, nobody called it an occupation until the state of Israel took it back in '67 and reapplied sovereignty.
Yeah, and another thing, and during the Jordan occupation, 1948-67, they occupied Jerusalem, and one of the first things they did was take over the Jewish quarter, which had been Jewish for centuries.
And they destroyed the synagogues as well.
Yes. They kicked those people out. Okay, so if you want to talk about true, what's the term for that? Displacement of people. They took the Jews out of that area, gave it over to Muslims, and then they said Muslims cannot even visit the Western Jews. They said they can't even come and visit. Israel's never done anything like that. In fact, Israel has some 2 million Arabs as citizens. With 4 months to go. They're in the army, they're in the Supreme Court, they're in the parliament. So it's a huge difference. And the Jews are totally hungry, and the West Bank or Gaza is sometimes at least to visit. It's really very lopsided.
It's fucking sad.
Wow.
We have and they keep it safe. And the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, this Pizza Bala, Kasumkum, whatever the hell.
We will get you a million views.
He did an international action for obvious reason. He said it. He did it to decrease the state of Israel. That's the reason he did it. He could have called. He could have went to the be like, oh, you know, I got that today. But all that, he couldn't know
I was short on cash and I was really good at cash.
No guys.
You only didn't believe that you could be a good person until you realized your capacity for evil. I don't mean acting it out in the world, but understand that it's possible. Well, not only understand it, but then to bring it under your control. You see, because there's a big difference between someone who's naive and is a good person. They're a good person because they can't not be. They're like a domesticated house cat. There's nothing, they don't even have the capacity to be bad. So there's no morality in that. The morality comes when you're a monster and you can control. And that's the Jungian encounter with the shadows. Jung didn't believe that you So what's that? Well, this means that for 10 years now, she's got a position behind you. What the fuck is that? 30 seconds. We'll find out to get out of here. Woke up this morning, saw one of my videos. GPT is 97. So that's what happened. Verlierte gerettet hier. Gewinner kommt zum Prozess zum ersten Blue. Was Geburtstag? Weißt du, von 38. Sometimes it feels tough being a small creator.
Thank you, Euro, for being civil and
people want to think that people that are
crazy or not. HX tends to irritate me to the point of when you have an inflammatory instigator speaking in terms, poisoning the well, attacking people's character, making false assumptions, all in the attempt to try to understand and learn. And so he's very frustrating, and I appreciate that you are here to teach everybody else how we can have a back and forth and learn and educate each other in truth and not be like A-Check. A-Check is how not to be. John Kitover is how not to be. Those two people are how not to be, not to be adults. Okay, that's how you do not adult.
Yeah, when you snapped on Euro, I was like, damn, he was being nice.
I know. I wasn't frustrated at him. I was frustrated at the yapping chihuahua and all of the thoughts of the shit that HX says. It's just so inflammatory, and it really gets in the way of trying to understand and absorb and process things, right? And to check and to learn.
Well, I understand.
Until they can learn to be adults. I apologize.
Yeah. So it's understandable. I think it's a very difficult topic to talk about because people are very passionate about it. And it also affects certain people personally and stuff like that. My personal approach is like I just try to look at at the factual parts, the historical parts, and leave the interpretation up to other people. But yeah, it's a very difficult topic, and
gotta let bitches rain. Gotta let bitches rain. Got that bit. Yeah.
Because I feel like, A-Check, that the only way I can respond to response. So.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, like, I think A-Check is probably knowledgeable, you know, but and Warren's certainly knowledgeable on most things. Now, I mean, there's a lot of people that are knowledgeable on the subject, but it is difficult sometimes. I mean, like, being knowledgeable isn't enough, right? I mean, you need to be able to engage in back and forth. Abby is someone who's very knowledgeable on the subject as well.
A-Check says, I wasn't even terrible. That's true, A-Check, but you were horrible. Even though you're not terrible, you were horrible.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's appropriate to call A-Check terrible. I think it's absolutely valid to call him terrible.
Get me again, bitch!
If you want to bring Abby up, she's very knowledgeable on the subject.
Yeah, A-Check, I've said it once and I'll say it again. It's like, you know, there's a house quote that accurately describes you, which is that somewhere out there's a tree that is tirelessly producing oxygen for you to breathe. I think you owe it an apology.
Pima, is A-Check allowed back up or no?
I don't know if I want to listen to him, if he can be an adult and talk like an adult and not his accusatory, inflammatory English language.
Do you remember that guy on his app that called himself the Good Adult and he was so obnoxious? He was a black guy. He had his little logo, the Good Adult.
No. Wait, I wanted to say, have you ever heard of that? There was a situation where they talked about people. This is loose and it's word of mouth, okay? But it was a situation where a very popular company, I want to say it was potentially Apple or maybe not, but some big company. There is a payoff, right? When there are super intelligent people and sometimes they tend to be just assholes. And this particular company said, we will hire the lesser of the two candidates if they have better communication skills. Because that's what matters more.
To Mayor Kitover TV on Ice. Good evening, friends, and welcome to Mayor TV, folks. Let's talk about you, folks. Welcome back to Mayor Kitover TV.
Level of education, if you're going to literally hinder the process to begin with. Like, I rather talk to somebody that isn't, A+ in the topic, but we can have a good back and forth, and we could make a significant amount of leeway. It's just, it puts too many extra elements into the process of learning. You know, feeling defensive. I mean, it's so unnecessary. It's so unnecessary. Poisoning the well, creating assumptions. I mean, it's literally cruel. I really think that it's cruel. So when we can just have a good back and forth, that's what I like. That's what I want to have.
Did you learn anything today, Beeman, that changed your position on any of these matters?
I've always, even though I've spoken out like I've been certain when it comes to land ownership, I've just waited for somebody who knows enough that can have a good discussion to try to explain like the land ownership, because I don't have an answer to that, and it's a conflict of it's a conflict of interest for me with my principles. I'm very passionate about it, right? Because private property is core, so I'm trying to understand how the land ownership and the reorganization and the transfers, how they operated, how the all the details behind, like what is Miri land? What the heck is this? What is Mulk land? What are the Dunhams? What are I'm trying to understand this, because I understand that the majority of it was Miri land. So, and then just, how what is it called? The transfer of the titles and the records, and then why didn't the peasants want to why weren't they incentivized to register the land themselves? But you still had notables or nobles or whatever they're called that were in better positions, right? And they did it. And I'm trying to understand, like, what was this? Was this an educational thing? Was this a lack of, like, what was it? Why? So there's just a lot I'm trying to understand. But what I do know is that there was a lot of absentee landlord ownership, this phenomenon in the mandatory Palestine area, and I'm just trying to wrap my mind around that right now. So I got a lot of good information from Euro, and I'm trying to work through that right now. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I learned a lot too because, I knew some of these things, but other things I didn't know. So, like, I didn't know who the land was bought from, so I had to look that up. And it was mostly Arab owners. But the other thing is, and the point that you raised too, is those are mostly absentee landlords. And I also get your point about how that can be unfair, but to the extent that that's unfair, it's like a worldwide phenomenon, right? And there's been many issues in the United States, worlds of people getting dispossessed in the same way. As a matter of fact, in the United States right now, there's a big issue because a lot of family homes are now being purchased by corporations, which is a newer phenomenon. And there's some debate about that as well.
My family home's about to be sold. It's kind of weird. I'll let you go back and say, no, I mean, my mother's selling the home. Okay. It's being cleared out. I wonder if I should say goodbye to it. I really don't care.
And where does your family live, Giesberg?
Tennessee.
Okay. I thought you were in New York.
I bet the house, she told me her asking price. I thought she'd go a little higher. But I'm sure it would be, Tennessee house is probably, shit, in New York, I'd imagine it would be like almost, well, I don't want to guess, but it would be a lot more.
So Abby's responding in the comments, so I don't know if you guys see this. But she says it was deeded property. Many of these deeds go back to the Ottoman Empire. There are land records. She says, no, they were actual real land titles. You need to understand how the chain of title works. She said, do you understand how title transfers? They were purchases for fair market value. We did a TV series. Our TV series is based on a true story of a family that lived in Jerusalem before there was a state of Israel and the land was purchased.
Yeah, no, Abby, I'm not going to speak for we, but no, that's what I don't understand. That's what I'm trying to understand. So if you want to come up, you're welcome to come up.
Bima, can I ask you a genuine question?
I'm going to talk a little bit, Bima. I'm just got other stuff going on. But have you ever purchased land or a house?
Yes, I did. Yes, I have.
And did you get a fee simple deed?
A fee simple deed? It wasn't referred to me as a fee simple deed.
You own your house in fee simple. FEESIMPLE, fee simple.
Okay. There wasn't like a deed that was called a fee simple.
It is. It's usually say a general warranty or a special warranty deed, but you own your property in fee simple. See, write that word down. Or remember that word, and you can Google or whatever you can
check. Many years ago when I didn't know it was my
So when you buy real estate, I mean, I'm going to do like property law 101 with you, and I don't want to talk, I'm not doing it in a derogatory, but you have to understand how land transfers, and you have a chain of title, and you can track title, and you can track the ownership, and so much of that land, I know some of this from reading about it, and also I'm involved with a TV series that's based on a family that came from Spain that lived there before there was a state, during the British Mandate and prior to the British Mandate, when it was the Ottoman Empire. And a lot of the deeds and the chain of title track back in fee simple. And fee simple is the way you own land. It means that it's not a leasehold. You own it. You own the title completely, as opposed to when people have leasehold interests or you have 99-year leases. Some of them, it's full ownership, and they track back, and it goes back during the Ottoman times. But they kept records, and there are records in municipalities like Jerusalem that you can trace properties, and they're able to do that. And they were purchased for real value, for fair market value. I mean, there were different people living in that area before there was an established state. There's large Jewish, both Sephardic and Ashkenazic communities. They actually didn't get along with each other, by the way. In Jerusalem, they were very separate communities. They owned homes, they owned commercial properties, and they inhabited that city and that area, going back, hundreds and hundreds of years. When you can meet Israelis that have families that were old Jerusalemites, tracking all the way back. There's actually a very famous family that the guy was the Minister of Justice under Begin, and anyway, let's get into all the different families there, but understand how you own real estate, and that'll help a little bit in trying to get through this mystery. And as you look at some of the disputed land, I mean, the land was purchased. You're thinking of it like it was just all this conquest, but there were deeds and there were purchases, and there were also very wealthy Jews from some from Europe and from different parts of the world that bought up land. The Montefiore's, by example, is a family that bought up land to cultivate it and bought it through a chain of title. So one of the ways to look at this is to track title. If that helps. It's not that, we're based in the United States on the English system, and over there, the way title transferred, it's similar, but there's a recorder of deeds, and you can search a piece of real estate and search it all the way back. That's what I wanted to say. I hope I didn't confuse you more.
No, you didn't confuse me. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Learn that term. I mean, do you still physically own real estate?
Yeah, and it was a long time ago. I don't remember it being called a fee simple. I remember the deed. I remember the transfer title. I remember.
What wouldn't have been called? It's how you own it. It's a legal term. You own it in FEE-SIMPLE. You own it in fee simple. Just Google ChatGPT, however you go to research.
It says it's the way you fully own. So I own a condo. So it doesn't apply to me.
No, it does. It totally applies to you. You own your condo. You have that condo. You own that interest. You own the condominium is a subdivided piece of real estate. It's still a subdivided piece of real estate that comes with limited common elements and common elements. But the condominium itself is a partitioned piece of real estate in a communal form, community form of ownership. But yeah, your deed will be in fee simple. You don't own a leasehold. If you owned a cooperative, that's different. Yeah, a cooperative is different than a condominium. But if you owned a condominium, then it's a form of a subdivision of real estate.
ChatGPT, it's been wrong a lot. It's telling me here that it's different, but
It's
I don't
different.
trust it.
It's different in that it's a condominium form, so it's usually, I don't know. You're in Tennessee. Like in some states, it's done by a master deed. In some states, it's done by a public offering statement. Different states form a condominium ownership by different legal triggers, but you don't own. It's not a leasehold, meaning it doesn't revert back to someone after a period of time. You own it. You own it. I don't want to say in perpetuity, but you own it. Like, did you ever hear of a ground lease? You understand, like some buildings are built on ground leases, and those are periods of time, like, and they're long, like they can be 99 years. But
I've heard about that. Is that for oil rigs?
Yeah, I mean, and some office buildings in New York. New York City's famous for it.
Yeah.
They're ground leases. And lenders lend on ground leases. I mean, they're.
I used to have to review those mortgages. So one of the things that you take into account when you're using, like particularly New York City assets, is the length of the remaining term in the ground lease, right? So obviously you don't want you want the ground lease to be at least as long as the security interest that you have in it.
What's the thinking behind it, though? Like, why do they do that in New York?
Well, because the person that owns the land is different from the person that owns the building. So they have to rent the land. So they pay ground. They have a ground lease.
But I do want to tell you that most Israeli land, now most people that own land in Israel don't have it in that same form of fee simple. The stuff that came in after the state was established is different, but on the properties, on some of the disputed properties that were purchased pre-state, they go back into that kind of ownership.
Yeah, we saw a lot of ground leases in New York, and the other thing that's fairly popular in New York is co-ops, as opposed to condominiums. Abby was saying that they're very different because you actually own shares in the co-op, which are allotted to a unit.
Yo, Abby, did you see what I put in the comments?
No, I didn't look at the comments. What did you say, Nico?
So yeah, I'm planning to buy up all the American hockey teams' houses and sell it to all the volleyball players.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
My team.
Because I hate the American hockey team, right?
Did you see Michigan versus Tennessee?
Oh my God. Okay, so wait, can I just tell you, I still have all my bets on the last four. But they're not great. None of them were the long shots.
Yeah, it went chalk pretty much. There were no real big upsets.
No, not at all. Anyway, I hope that explained it, Bima, but you have such an inquisitive mind. Like, this is a subject, like, especially because you've gone through the process of owning something. It could sound really boring, but it actually isn't. It's really fun the first time you title search and you go take the property that you own and go sit in your county records or your city records and search, go, I don't know where you live, but go all the way back to when the first deeds on it. It's kind of fun to do that. Now I guess most of it's online. I mean, I'm used to going into City Hall and looking at microfiche in the old days and actually looking at old deeds and tracking it back. It's fun. No, it's a learning process. But
Microfiche? You mean the microfilms?
Yeah, that's how they used to do it in the old days. That they would take pictures of the old deeds, and then you would track one deed, and you'd go back to the deed before that, because one grantor has to grant it to the next one, and the chain of title has to be consistent. That's why we have title insurance. It ensures that chain of title is consistent. And you would love it. I mean, I think you would, because you have that kind of brain. And it would just take you back in time, especially if you live in a place that's old, because you can go really far back. Like for me, it was great because I was in Philly, so I went all the way back to like handwritten deeds. It was very cool to do, but it has to track in the title chain, and if there's a break in the chain, then you have problems with resale and the insurance, the property title insurance, because there could be an intervening owner that nobody knew about. So anyway, it's so boring. It sounds boring, but it actually isn't.
I forgot about I didn't use that in my very first job.
An old microfiche. Yeah.
It's kind of silly now if you think about it. Like you're zooming in on this tiny text and that little machine you slide it under.
Exactly, but that's how like a lot of cities and had kept their records in their clerk's offices. But if you're a person that likes to, which FEMA, this is why I'm singling you out, but I kind of sense this with you. If you like to connect your dots, this is a great way to watch dots connect.
Yeah, no, you're right. There was there's a manuscript library museum in where I was born and raised. It was an old bank, and they turned it into this manuscript. And anyway, when I visited, I only went once, but it was pretty incredible. They were pulling they were showing us canvases before, like when they used to measure, like with sticks. It was crazy. It was crazy to see how land ownership worked back then, and how it was drawn on like canvas, like just actual cloth, and yeah, it was pretty intense. So I definitely never thought to do it with this property, but I'm interested now.
Search. I feel like this property you might have a ghost. You never know. Like search everyone who ever owned your house.
No,
not a bad ghost. You might have a good ghost.
Yeah, no, there was no. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is just. I think it was just land. Like I know the person who owned it before me, and he owned it for some generations, but it was just apple.
Called shit taken away from you. How Americans are all being kumbaya. They're gonna get their country to such a point that they're gonna have to become so radical that they're gonna have to do things that people are gonna trip the fuck out.
Yeah.
People don't see that, understand that.
Yeah, but they have to go radical as fuck.
Yeah, but listen, that's already on them. Do they want their country?
Bro, only 6%. Only 6% of England are Muslim. 6%. 20 fucking cities they have Muslim mayors. Their last fucking prime minister was Muslim.
Okay.
They have all these fucking Sharia law court.
What's up? I can't even get you on a date.
Did you watch the video I put up there?
I can't even get you on a line.
No, I think I missed it.
I can't even get you on a line, bitch.
They're on the wars. They're on the wars. Sharia court.
Yep.
Sharia law police.
No, I know that there's no go zones there. We know that. They cover that up. They pretend like there's no such thing of that, but there's no go zones in that country. Literally. They can lie to us as much as they want. The people can believe it, but like we know at the end of the day, you literally have no go zones in your own country. You lost parts of your country. You basically surrendered. It's crazy. Insane is an understatement. And that's what scares me, that America's gonna get lost due to this fucking shit. Like, due to people like the ones come on stage and think this way. I also like KK. Smart girl.
Oh, yeah. Very much.
Very smart girl. Common sense, understands that she can do 1 + 1. She knows what it equals to.
15-year-old girl raped in the UK by 2 Afghan migrants who arrived months ago.
I'm not surprised.
force. You know, though, the difference, bro, the difference in America is like Americans are like warriors, basically. Americans they grew up with guns and shit. They all have guns. Shit like this happened over here, bro. Like in a big scale, it's gonna be a fucking river of blood over here.
But it's gonna be a river of blood between American citizens. It's gonna be American citizen, not American citizen. It's gonna be a division between the left and the right. That's what's gonna happen in America.
I mean, part of it is it could be if they stand.
It's not gonna be, I guarantee you.
If you stand with the Muslims, though.
It's not standing with the Muslims. It's either you stand with your country or against your country right now. That's what it is.
Well, I'm not talking about this administration. I'm talking about if
any administration.
That scale.
There's no common grounds in any administration today. They're so far away from each other and they don't want to talk, they don't want to communicate, they don't want to compromise. That's how fucked up it is. So either you go far left or you have to go far right, and both are losing their fucking minds with every move that's happening. And this is not gonna end up good, trust me. There's no middle ground. That's the problem with America. Literally, there's no middle ground. Nobody wants to compromise. Nobody wants to talk. They just want to yell, scream, and like fucking lose their minds.
Oh my God, I don't know. Is this real?
What's real?
I'm watching a video. Fucking hell, right?
I wonder what's going to happen in America after Trump leaves.
It's very important what's going to happen during his presidency. He pulls this off, next president is going to be fucking Vance or Rubio.
You think?
100%. And all the other shit that he's doing pays off, bro. The fuck you think? Republicans are gonna
But
stay
I'm noticing
wrong.
even the right is getting brainwashed. Like, they're already talking about body bags. Like, they don't want to go in, that there's going to be body bags. You guys, you don't know how it's going to play out. Why you guys already being that?
That's how.
That fear mongering is already fucking indoctrinating the right against Trump. That's the fucked up part.
No. Nations are usually like that when it comes to wars.
No, America wasn't like this. I don't remember, again, I might be wrong, but I don't remember America going into wars and being so divided. In any operation, there was always at least one side that had the backing. This time, like, something's just, even the right is turning their back on Trump for some fucking stupid reason. It's either, I don't know, maybe the hate for Israel I don't know what the fuck is going on that they all got indoctrinated with. But it's interesting what's going to happen to America after. Either they're going to stay on the right path, or they're going to want such a radical change just because Trump was in power, and they're going to do something so dramatic that's going to undo everything he did just to prove a point that they're not Trump. And it's just going to hurt America in the long run. And that's what I'm afraid of. You understand where I'm coming with this? Yeah. Just to show that like how people even like remember during the Biden administration, what Biden got, we'll vote for Biden as long as it's not Trump. Okay, you guys got Biden. What the fuck? What did you do a favor to? Like the stupidity of just saying as long as it's not Trump, we'll vote for anything but Trump. Okay, that doesn't really make sense. But sure. You didn't die the first terms. You already know, like, you survived. You survived probably the second one too, but as long as it's not Trump, sure.
These fucking dumb fucks, man. We need to fucking educate them. I don't know what the fuck we need to do. Fucking horrible.
Very. Well, let's see what other plays out, bro. As we say, think of the worst, but hope for the fucking best.
What did you say?
I said, think of the worst, but hope for the best.
Yeah, I got you.
Because it's sad, it's scary where America's heading to.
That's that. Funny how Iranians, Israelis, Cubans, Venezuelans, and Ukrainians, they're uniting, and lefties and liberals
are just fighting
fire, ass on fire. Again, so true.
It's crazy. It's fucking crazy, bro. I don't know. Scary. Very fucking scary, I have to say. Very fucked up, very fucked up.
Very fucked up, bro. My God.
Only $2 more.
Hey, play poker return $60. When they want to raise to 60. 60.
You want to hear a joke? There's an Indian guy, they go, it's like, how old are you and how old is your wife? He's like, my wife is 30 and I'm 32. That was an old one. An old one, but a goodie. My wife is 30 and I'm 32. Fuck me, I fuck you.
Couldn't have guns to, and protect it because they didn't own it. So it kind of kicks into a few of our amendments and a few of our inalienable rights as, when it was colonized here. But just think about what Locke was saying and then what the founders were thinking and what they wanted that they didn't have in England. What motivated them to actually be landowners, that they couldn't be based on how it was set up there. I don't know if that helps, but...
Yeah, so there's something interesting that Locke did say life, liberty, and